Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning. Welcome to Planning Committee. It is April the 8th. Sorry, it took me a while. Sorry about that. And we are ready to get started. So please have all of your electronic devices be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. As we do have quorum present, I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:30 a.m. Today in chambers is Councillor McMeekin, Kassar, Taddison, Beattie, Kretsch, and M. Wilson, and online is Councillor Alex Wilson. It is a full and hefty, meaty agenda, so I will level set everyone, and I will be asking to maintain the 5-minute speaking limit. Also, Steve Robichaud, 5-minute speaking limit. Just, you know, just level setting everyone. So thank you all for being here, and thank you to some of our guests that are here in the audience today. It is lovely to have you here. So we will get started on ceremonial activities. We have some new Committee of Adjustment members, so I thought perhaps GM Robichaud could do, actually Director Fayback will be doing that introduction. Director?
Good morning, everyone. Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. There have been some changes on the Committee of Adjustment team over the last couple of months. Just for the committee's information, Jamila Sheffield has moved over to be the team lead of the business facilitation team. And so with her departure, I just thought it was important that you could put some faces to the names, and we've asked some of the new Committee of Adjustment staff to be here in attendance. So I'm just going to ask them to stand if they don't mind, or just give a wave. They're sitting behind me when I introduce them. And so first, I'm pleased to introduce Justin Leung. Justin is the new Secretary-Treasurer of the Committee of Adjustment. I'm just going to give a little bit of a bio on everybody so you just have a sense of their background and where they come from. Justin is an accredited committee secretary-treasurer with the Ontario Association of Committee of Adjustment and is also a registered professional planner. He was most recently employed with the Landlord and Tenant Board as an adjudicator member, and previous held the role of secretary-treasurer at both the town of Aurora and the city of Markham. And he's been with us, I think, just over a month now at this point. In addition, we have Anna Kovalak. Anna is the Assistant Secretary-Treasurer of the Committee of Adjustment, and she joined the Planning Division team about 13 months ago, primarily working as a development clerk supporting the Committee of Adjustment section. Previous to working in the Planning Division, Anna has worked in public health and with IBM Canada and also Air Transit Holidays. And just a note, we do have a third member joining the Committee of Adjustment team on May 5th. His name is Brian Lee. Brian recently worked with the city as a student, and he is currently finishing up his final semester at Mohawk College to receive his Urban and Regional Planning Technician GIS program diploma. And last but not least, I'm pleased to announce that Emily Coe has accepted the permanent role of Manager of Zoning and Committee of Adjustment. She's sitting behind me here as well. Emily has been acting in the role for the last year and has been providing leadership and guidance to the Committee of Adjustment and Zoning team. This role in the team is critical to completing the comprehensive zoning bylaw, completing zoning reviews on all the development applications we receive, and providing zoning interpretation and administration of the Committee of Adjustment. Emily has been with the city since 2001, and prior to her current role, she was Supervisor of Zoning, Senior Zoning Examiner, and Planning Technician 1. And Emily is also a certified planning technician. So that's the Committee of Adjustment team and the Manager of Zoning and Committee of Adjustment.
Thank you, Director. This is wonderful. Thank you so much. Welcome to Justin, to Anna, and Brian. And then congratulations to Emily. This is wonderful to have you all joining. I'm getting choked up, I'm sorry. The Committee of Adjustment. Thank you so much again for joining us. So let's move on. Clerk Kelsey, are there any addendum items to this agenda? Oh, sorry. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Recognizing that we don't involve ourselves in Committee of Adjustment. However, I think it would be helpful in the event we are asked by residents for information or have a question. Would it be possible for Acting Chief Planner Fayback to forward those names to us, because I didn't get them all down. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor, yes, I can certainly share the email with members of Council.
All right. Any other questions, comments for Anita at all? Seeing none? Again, Clerk Kelsey, where are we at for addendum items, please?
Yes, Chair Huang, we do have some addendum items under public hearings. 8.1, report PED 25054. We have revised Appendix B and an added staff presentation. 8.2, PED 25036. We have added written submissions and a staff presentation. 8.3, report PED 24109B, added written submissions and a staff presentation. Item 8.4, report PED 25106. We have added written submissions, an added registered delegation, and staff presentation. Item 8.5, PED 25038, added staff presentation. Item 8.6, report PED 25097, added staff presentation. Item 8.7, report PED 25081, added written submissions and a staff presentation. Item 8.8, PED 25063, added staff presentation. Under items for consideration, item 9.1, report PED 24175A, we have added written submissions. Item 9.3, the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee minutes 25-004 has been added. Under motions, 10.1, feasibility of permitting chickens and roosters within the settlement residential zone, we have added written submissions. And under private and confidential, item 12.2, the report LS 25008 has been added. And then we have some amendments to the agenda. For item 8.4, PED 25106, Councillor Nan has requested to defer the item just until later in the meeting when she's present, as she's attending other city business this morning. And then for item 8.2, report PED 25036, which is respecting zoning bylaw and draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 387 to 409 Hamilton Drive. Councillor Kassar has requested that the report be deferred to the April 29th meeting, and staff can provide a little bit more of an explanation.
Reno Dalbello, Acting Director of Development Planning. With regards to item 8.2, the public notice sign on the subject property, the date of the statutory public meeting was not provided in sufficient time as per the Planning Act. So we are asking for this to be deferred to the later date.
Okay, thank you so much. And just for any audience members that may be here for that particular item, that should this agenda be approved, that is when April 29th will be when we discuss Hamilton Drive. So just wanted to let anybody in the audience know if that's what they're here to delegate on. So may I have a mover and a seconder that the agenda be approved as amended, please? Councillor Kassar, Councillor Beatty. Any speakers on this agenda at all? Seeing none, may I have your vote on e-scribe, please? Vote is up. That vote carries 8-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to declarations of interest. Members of committee, are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, we'll move on to approval of minutes of previous meeting. May I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of March 18th, 2025, please? Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Kassar, this is a hand vote. May I have a hand vote, please? Looks like everyone is on that, so that vote carries. We are now moving on to item 7, which is items for information. So we're going to start with, we're going to receive them both together. So the first one is 7.1, PED 23069A, Residential Zones Project, New Mid-Rise Residential Zones in Zoning Bylaw number 05200, Consultation Update. And 7.2 is the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee meeting minutes from March 28th. So let's put them on the floor. So may I have a mover and a seconder to put items 7.1 and 7.2 on the floor, please? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Taddison. Any discussion on either one of those items? Okay. Seeing none, this is a hand vote. May I have your hand vote, please? Looks like everyone, and that vote carries. Thank you. So we are now moving on to public hearings. The public has been advised on how to pre-register to be a delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of Council, City of Hamilton to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So we are going to start with 8.1. This is PED 25054, applications for a zoning bylaw amendment for and draft subdivision for lands located at 204, 212, 220, and 226 Rymal Road West, Lot 17, Concession 8, and part of the road allowance between lots 16 and 17, geographic township of Barton in Ward 8. We do have Elena Baldassara, so we'll see if committee is interested in seeing the presentation or waiving the presentation. See the presentation? Yes. Okay. So, Elena, can you come on down and?
So good morning, Planning Committee, Chair, and the general public. My name is Elena Baldassara, and I'm a Planner 1 on the West team. The application before you today is for a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for 204 to 226 Rymal Road West in Hamilton. So this is an aerial image showing the subject lands. There's 4 existing single detached dwellings fronting onto Rymal Road West, and the area at the rear of those single detached dwellings is proposed to be developed for a low density residential subdivision. Surrounding the site are existing single detached dwellings. So this is a map showing the zoning of the properties. So the property itself is currently zoned agricultural and will be rezoned to low-density residential. And then the lands with the existing 4 single detached dwellings will be rezoned into 05200 to maintain the existing single detached dwellings on Rymal Road West. So there are no proposed changes to those uses. And the lands surrounding the site are also zoned low-density residential. So this is a concept plan showing the proposed subdivision. So there's 42 single detached dwelling lots in total with 2 proposed road extensions, one going north-south and one going east-west of the subject site. The site will connect to an existing subdivision to the north and will need to connect to an existing road to the west. So this is just a tour of the site. So these are the existing single detached dwellings on Rymal Road West that are to be maintained. This is a view looking towards the subject lands, and this would be on Spring Meadow Drive, which would be extended as this part of this proposed subdivision. This is an image, This is an image showing the current stub roads that would connect to the subdivision. So on the left, you have Spring Meadow Drive looking west, and on the right, you have Alessio Drive. Just for some context, for the actual subdivision itself, on the map going north-south is Forest Breeze Path. You can see that sort of in the center of the image. It's labeled there, although there's no roads. It hasn't been fully constructed. And that would connect to, on the left-hand side, Alessio Drive, which would be an east-west road. And then at the bottom of the image, closer to Rymal Road West, on the east side of Hazelton Avenue, is the end of Spring Meadow Drive. And so the proposal is to extend it and then at some point connect this subdivision to that stub road. So the application includes a zoning bylaw amendment with some minor modifications to the low-density residential zone, and this would only be for the proposed 42 single detached dwellings. The zoning site specifics are to reduce the side flankage lot line from 3 meters to 1.2 meters, and to reduce the side yards for the remaining single detached dwellings from 1.2 meters to 0.8 meters when adjacent to a 1.2 meter lot. And finally, to reduce the landscaping from 50% to 40%, except 32% would be permitted for any lot adjacent to a daylight triangle. So staff are supportive of the proposed development for the following reasons. It's consistent with the provincial policy statement, complies with the general intent of purpose of the official plan, and is compatible with the existing land uses in the immediate area by increasing the supply of housing, being compatible with the low-density residential uses, continues an already approved street network, and makes efficient use of existing infrastructure. The application was circulated to the public in accordance with the Planning Act, and to date, no public comments were received.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I remembered that. I was like, that was the last slide, so I stood up a little prematurely. Sorry, Elena.
Nope, you're good.
Okay, all right. Do we have, well, I do see a speakers list, so Councillor Cassar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I think it's challenging to be, accepting and zoning for single-family homes in today's environment. But my question is not so much about that in the moment, but looking forward. So Rymal Road is a major transportation corridor, and I think visions for that, and certain other places and parts of this too, are for intensification in the long run. So, Chair, I'm really thinking decades down the road here. So, if we're approving single-family, low-density housing here just behind Rymal Road, at some point in the future, those homes on Rymal Road are likely down the road to turn into higher intensification. So has a thought been put into the potential conflict that is setting up for the future? And is that wise for us to be putting more single-family homes in this area as proposed?
Through the chair. So in terms of the proposed use, the neighborhoods designation allows for a range of uses, and the single detached dwellings would be fronting on a new local road, which was approved through a previous subdivision application. The staff recognize that there are some additional uses that are permitted in the R1 zone, but in terms of intensification along Rymal Road West, we wouldn't be able to speak to whether or not the lot needs to be bigger because there's no development at this time shown on Rymal Road West.
Yeah, thank you for that, and I understand that given everything we know now and policies we have in place, that's a fair position to take. I just note a kilometer away on West 5th and Stone Church, there's more intensification happening. I think it's more can be expected, and I just think it means maybe putting more thought into how these policies play out over the long term. So I'm not going to pursue this any further here, but just wanted to make that point about long-term thinking. Thanks.
Are there any other speakers for Elena at all? Okay, seeing none, I'd like a mover and a seconder to receive her presentation, please. Councillor Beattie and Councillor McMeekin. This is a hand vote, so may I have a hand vote, please? Looks like everyone. That vote carries. We do have Edward John from Landwise who is here today. Come on down, Edward, and join us at the podium.
Good morning, Chair, members of committee, staff, and public. My name is Edward John, partner at Landwise and agent on the file. I wish to begin with stating that we are in full support of the staff recommendation and do wish to thank those staff who have brought us to this position, particularly Elena, Mark, and Banu. I do see we have a full agenda, and I do appreciate that Elena has taken us through a number of the pieces that I was going to provide an overview from. So I will keep this presentation brief. I will mention that I did have the opportunity to speak with the Good Ward Councillor in advance of the recommendation, recognizing that he is no longer sitting, but he was supportive of the application and the proposed bylaw. I will run through the background pictures, as Elena did a great job, both on the policy concept. So the proposed draft plan and zoning bylaw is intended to facilitate one of the remaining pieces of the puzzle in terms of the proposed low-density neighborhood, finalizing the street pattern in order to facilitate the development of 42 single detached dwellings. The form and density is commensurate to those previously proposed and approved subdivisions adjacent, and would provide the opportunity, as the good councillor raised, for future development along Rymal Road in a manner envisaged by the city. Just a quick overview of the policy. Obviously, we're in the neighborhoods designation, and as Elena mentioned, we do have the agricultural and B zoning in place. The proposed bylaw is looking to update that with particular reference to the 4 existing single detached dwellings along Rymal, all going into 05200. I've taken you through the proposed subdivision. The block at the front, for those that are interested, is the road widening required, and then obviously the street pattern, which is intended to align and facilitate the existing development that is proceeding. I've quickly gone through the zoning bylaw. The rear piece obviously intended for that single detached dwelling. The front piece to identify and acknowledge the existing use of the land, but obviously positioned to take advantage of future changes in zoning along that higher use corridor. In my opinion, the proposed development is consistent with the PPS. The proposed development and amending zoning bylaw are appropriate, desirable, and represent good planning. It will direct growth to areas adjacent existing development, maintaining the choice in the market, while also facilitating the future vision of the city. It does recognize those existing uses and does not preclude the lands from the future development as a transit-oriented corridor. That was my very brief presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I know, Edward, you said it at the very beginning of your presentation, but are you in support of the staff report?
To the chair, yes, I am.
Okay, wonderful. Questions for this delegate at all? Councillor Tattison, please.
Just relating to some issues that we have in Mount Hope, will these buildings have sump pumps in the basements?
So through the review at the engineering, they will be required sump pumps. There's not a known issue at this point, but obviously we can deal with that to the draft plan conditions.
Okay, and then the distance between each house, is that meeting the bylaws, or are you asking for a variance on that?
So through the chair to the council, we have requested a reduction on one side to 0.8. This is to ensure that there is sufficient space, but also to provide the size of units that's been requested through the process. So there is a modest reduction on the side yard on one side of the dwelling.
I guess, was there any consideration to building, say, one less house and then meeting the guidelines?
Through the chair to the councillor, a number of proposals were reviewed through this, obviously trying to balance the need for density, good urban form, but also mindful of the engineering requirements. We do believe that the proposal succeeds in all of those matters.
Was there any consideration given to side-by-sides without the gap?
Through the chair, am I correct in assuming semi-detached properties?
Yes.
Through the chair, yes. Once again, in this location, recognizing the existing development surrounding it to the rear, and going back to that idea of choice, this was an area identified suitable for singles and appropriate for that. So the decision was to maintain that as the form going forward.
And I recognize that people still do want, there's a market for semi or for detached, so I appreciate that. Thanks for answering those questions. Nothing else.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Okay. Thank you very much, Edwards. Seeing none, let's get a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation from the agent, please. Councillor Beattie, Councillor Taddison, and this is again a hand vote. May I have a hand vote, please? That looks like everyone. All right, and that vote carries. Now, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Sir, did you just raise your hand? No? Okay, sorry. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third time, are there any members of public that wish to speak at this meeting? Seeing none, may I please have a mover and a seconder that there were no public submissions received regarding this matter and that this public meeting be closed. Councillor Taddison, Councillor Kretsch. And I need that in an e-scribe vote, please. Vote is up. And Councillor Taddison's a yes. That vote carries 8-0. Thank you. Now, may I have a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations? Councillor Taddison and Councillor Beattie. Any questions, comments, concerns on the report, please? Okay, seeing none, may I have the vote in e-scribe, please? The vote is up. Vote carries 8-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to 8, because 8.2 has been deferred. So 8.2 is no longer on our agenda. We are now moving on to 8.3, which is PED 24109B, the official plan amendment and final framework for processing and evaluating the urban boundary expansion. We do have Charlie Toman that is available, and I did actually just see Anthony Lorius from Dillon Consulting online. So would committee like to see the report, please? Yes. All right. Charlie, are you able to come on down?
Okay. Good morning, Chair, members of Planning Committee, fellow staff, and public in attendance. My name is Charlie Toman. I am the Program Lead Policy Planning and Municipal Comprehensive Review within the Sustainable Community section of the Planning Division. And this is a short presentation to discuss the recommendations of PED 24109B, official plan amendments, and final framework for processing and evaluating urban boundary expansion applications. The purpose of the staff report is to present what we heard through the city's engagement on the draft framework for processing and evaluating urban boundary expansion applications, seek approval of a final framework, seek approval of amendments to both the urban and rural Hamilton official plan to enshrine the requirements of the framework into policy, and to seek approval of new terms of references specific to urban boundary expansion applications. For a bit of background, this slide summarizes the recent decisions made by both the city and the province respecting Hamilton's urban boundary. Most recently, the city adopted a draft framework for processing and evaluating urban boundary expansion applications, which was in direct response to the new provincial planning statement and Bill 185, which those two items combined opened the door for privately initiated urban boundary expansion applications to be submitted at any time and in any location, provided they were outside of the Greenbelt, and also now allow applicants to appeal council's refusal or non-decision of urban boundary expansion applications to the Ontario Land Tribunal. But back in August, Council provided staff with a number of directions respecting the draft framework. First, that staff should use the draft framework in evaluating any urban boundary expansion applications received before the framework is finalized into policy. That staff undertake both community and Indigenous consultation on the draft framework before it is finalized. Direction for a new team to be created within the Planning and Economic Development Department to lead the review of urban boundary expansion applications. Directed $1.5 million to be allocated to the city's Ontario Land Tribunal capital account in expectation of future OLT appeals. Amended the city's tariff fee bylaws to include a new graduated official plan amendment application fees specific to urban boundary expansion applications. And finally, that the city staff work with Dillon Consulting, who assisted with staff with the creation of the draft framework, to undertake additional work on the financial impact analysis requirements of the final framework to understand how greenfield infrastructure costs compare with intensification on a per hectare basis. There's a lot on this slide, but just to quickly summarize what is in the current draft of framework, it is broken into three parts. Part A sets out what the minimum submission requirements should be for any urban boundary expansion application, and this includes identification of studies, including an agricultural impact assessment, financial impact analysis, and phase 1 sub-watershed study. Part B of the framework establishes thematic considerations that the city should use to assess urban boundary expansion applications. And the themes which are listed here include things like how the expansion relates to the city's intensification targets and overall growth strategies, how it impacts the city's climate change targets, and how it relates or how it may impact key natural heritage features within the proposed expansion area. And then part C of the framework sets out an enhanced process in which any urban boundary expansion application would be received, processed, and considered for both the benefit of applicants and the public. So following the approval of the draft framework, the city undertook community and Indigenous engagement, which focused on both informing the public on how the recent provincial changes impact the city's overall firm urban boundary growth strategy, and then also seeking their input on how the city should notify the public and to seek comments on any urban boundary expansion applications that are received. As a part of this engagement, the city held 4 open houses and presented to several committees of council listed on the slide. Staff also reached out to Indigenous communities, meeting with and receiving feedback from six nations and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. So the engagement was very successful in terms of receiving the feedback, with the city receiving 550 separate comments in the total. Attached to Appendix G is a summary report that looks at all of the input that we've received, and that breaks down what we heard into key themes. And just to very quickly and broadly summarize all of that feedback, we heard that there's broad support for a transparent and robust process for evaluating these urban expansion applications. A large portion of people felt that the provincial changes undermined the city's ability to manage growth effectively and maintain a firm urban boundary. And we also heard some support for carefully planned urban expansions to address housing affordability and the population growth within the city. Feedback received from Indigenous communities is provided in Appendix K to the staff report. And again, to very quickly summarize, we did hear a lot of the same concerns from the public respecting the recent provincial changes. And we also heard from some Indigenous communities that they wanted to be notified and consulted as early in the review process as possible. So from all of this input, staff have made several changes to the recommended final framework. This includes in the Part A, adding a requirement for the submission of an Indigenous community consultation summary and comment response, which would have to be received prior to an urban boundary expansion application being deemed complete. In the Part B, we've added a number of additional considerations, including how the expansion could impact housing affordability, the ecological services value of natural heritage features within the expansion area, and how the expansion could impact biodiversity. Staff are recommending amendments to both the urban and rural Hamilton official plan to enshrine the requirements of the final framework into policy, essentially giving them more teeth. This includes policy that any urban boundary expansion application will be processed in accordance with the final framework. Policies to establish the minimum requirements of Part A of the framework into the official plan, carrying forward the various considerations in Part B of the framework, and then establishing policies to require the enhanced notification requirements set out in Part C of the framework into the official plan. In addition, the recommended official plan amendments include policies recognizing that these applications can now be made despite the city's firm urban boundary growth strategy, and that was important because previous to now, the OP was adopted and created when these types of applications couldn't be made and couldn't be appealed. So it was important to recognize the provincial changes. And we also added a number of servicing policies that in the event that an urban expansion application is ultimately approved, how the timing and location of those services should occur, requiring that any required master plans, citywide master plans be updated prior to any servicing of approved expansion lands. I'm almost done. As a part of the staff report, staff are also seeking approval of new terms of references specific to urban boundary expansion applications. As part of the draft framework, Dylan provided guidance on what types of application materials we should have in order to fully assess these applications, and using that guidance, but also listening to what we heard through the city's engagement, staff have prepared a number of specific terms of references for the studies listed here. In response to the council direction respecting per hectare infrastructure comparisons, Dylan Consulting submitted a memo, which is included as Appendix M to the staff report. Dylan staff, Patty Kennedy and Anthony Loris, are on the call and can answer questions about that, but they did recommend that the financial impact analysis terms of reference include a per hectare infrastructure cost revenue analysis for the expansion area. On the broader comparative analysis, Dylan found that this would be technically complex, have a high degree of variability, and limited available data would make it challenging for an accurate comparison between different intensification areas and proposed greenfield expansions. In conclusion, the recommendations submitted by staff will establish a clear submission requirements for urban boundary expansion applications. It prioritizes key considerations that matter to Hamilton by establishing a comprehensive, rigorous review process addressing issues such as impacts on farmland, infrastructure costs and capacity, and financial viability. And it sets out a clear process for public and Indigenous notification and review of any urban boundary expansion application, going beyond the minimum requirements of the Planning Act. The recommended urban and rural Hamilton official plan amendments are consistent with the provincial planning statement. They conform to the Greenbelt Plan and the Niagara Escarpment Plan, and they comply with the general intent of both the urban and rural Hamilton official plan. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Charlie. So we're going to take any questions right now on the presentation. Speakers list is open. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, Charlie, and everyone involved. There's so much work that's gone into this very, very important topic and a lot of material to digest. So thank you for that. I'm going to focus on a couple areas for clarification here, and then maybe if things are more appropriate to the report, happy to continue there. So just the question about the ecological services valuation, because what I took away from the presentation is something's been added. What I got from reading the report was actually the requirement to do a full ecological services valuation has been removed. So I think there's a bit of different messaging happening between the different presentation formats. So first of all, I'll ask, can you please clarify what's actually happening compared to the draft framework and then now?
Yes, through the chair. So the work undertaken by Dylan Consulting as a part of the draft framework did identify the potential of including an ecological services review as part of a terms of reference for an urban boundary expansion application. When we looked at this more and sort of looked at the information that was out there, staff and looking at sort of other work that is happening within the city right now, where we're starting to apply this lens to the financial costs, we found that there's not clear enough guidance on how to assign values at this point, that it would be very challenging for applicants to determine what the ecological services would be without those guidelines first being in place. So understanding that, we are recommending that that instead of having that being that requirement or that lens being embedded into the terms of reference for the financial impact analysis, that we would move it to a consideration that when we report as staff back to planning committee on any urban boundary expansion application, we would look at it, but there's not sufficient resources available to give direction to applicants on what numbers they should use. That could change in the future as more work is being done with this. So it is something that we could look at, embedding into the official plan in the future, but we didn't have enough information within the time frame of this report.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up question, and then I'll look to you whether I comment now or maybe hold those to later. But then, so given what you just said, Charlie, through you, Chair, for the information that's going to come to Planning Committee and then Council, of whether, so the applicant under this proposal recommendation is not going to do the work, staff is going to do the work. So what is this Planning Committee going to receive in terms of understanding the ecological service impact to any application? Because that's really, really important.
Through the chair, it is something that we're going to look at. I'm not sure exactly how that would look like in terms of a staff report. It depends on the expansion area. But I should note that the draft framework and the recommended final framework does have requirements respecting sub-watershed study identification of natural heritage features within a proposed urban expansion area. So a city staff will have that information to understand what those features are, how and what numbers we would apply to those. I think we would still work that out, but it is something that it would be part of the package that we present back to Planning Committee on the full assessment of these applications.
Okay, thank you. And just to follow up to that then, I mean, the city is working on a natural asset management plan, on total, and then natural assets and the natural areas inventory as well. So there's a lot of things happening there that, because we feel it's important, councils determine these things are important, yet it doesn't feel like it's getting full consideration on these decisions that are generational, affecting thousands of hectares of natural lands in many cases. So how does the impact of the natural asset planning and NAI input into this, and did it affect the staff decision?
Through the chair. So the requirements of the applicant to assess the natural features within that area it would align with work being done through the natural areas inventory, where we're looking at a much larger area and trying to assess where natural areas are. So based on the requirements of this framework, the city should have a picture within that urban expansion area where the natural areas are. And that information could potentially feed into the natural areas inventory work. But on the review of the application itself, we would review it against the policies of the direction and the framework and the policies of the official plan. So I think that work would dovetail, and one would influence the other, and the vice versa as well.
Okay, Chair, I'll look to you. I think those are my questions for clarification. I'll have more to say afterwards, so maybe I'll yield now and come back to me later.
Excellent, thank you. We do have lots of time for the report recommendation later on today. Up now is Councillor Alex Wilson, as well on deck is Councillor Taddison. So Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Councillor Cassar asked my questions kind of one after the other. I think I do just have one outstanding question through you, Chair, which is, from the answers to Councillor Cassar's question, understanding there's a bit of work in progress in terms of what the actual report of the structure will look like. If there's any way that some categories could be standardized, even if we don't have valuation, it'd be my assumption that would support kind of work across kind of the NAI sector and identifying and the work we're doing there, and the planning if we're even using similar headings. Very respectful of the answer. We can't attribute value because that's based on knowing how healthy an ecosystem is, that we have to have all that type of stuff that we don't necessarily have. I guess my question through you, Chair, is what are the next steps in understanding what that kind of reporting structure looks like, or how we're getting information back to committee? Understanding some of that's still being worked out, it sounds like, but just wondering what are those checkpoints, or anything else, kind of answering in kind of Councillor Cassar's questions. But I'm wondering, what are those next checkpoints? When will we see this again? Some of that piece. Thank you.
Through the chair, I might redirect that question to Director Hayworth, on who's leading the expansion applications.
Director Hayworth, please.
Good morning. Can you just repeat the question, please? Sorry.
Checks and balances. Right?
Yeah, Councillor Cassar asked questions essentially, when will we know what the reporting looks like when it comes to ecosystem benefits, natural heritage system? And the answer was, we know it's not going to include a financial analysis. We're not quite sure exactly what it looks like. That's me paraphrasing. I'm not trying to ascribe anything to that. And I just kind of am asking, when are those next pieces coming forward? When will we have a clear idea? What are the checkpoints looking like when it comes specifically as to the information about ecosystem service value, or the ecosystem kind of value in these applications?
Okay, thanks for the question. So there's a few parts to this. One is this framework before Planning Committee now with some policies. The framework to be entrenched in policy would be applying to basically future applications, right? Those future applications, one, I think would depend on timing as to when those applications come in, the future applications, in the sense of what transpires between now and when those applications come in on the natural heritage front, collection of data, the asset management work we're doing as well, and see how that comes together. Let's say if something were to come in shortly after this OP is in place, we would probably be reporting on it more on a qualitative perspective type of comments rather than quantitative with numbers, in terms of looking at the fact that, you know, the natural areas and, you know, what falls out of the sub-watershed planning work, phase 1 work that's been done, you know, that the water management provides a certain value, asset value, like qualitatively, as opposed to like a number value. So that would probably be how the comments would be characterized, but I think it depends partly on when future applications are going to come in relative to the development in this area as the city moves along. We are trying to do some work on this in the AGD, so we'll have to see what falls out of that and what could be used in the future, and the terms of references can always be updated accordingly as we move along. They're not static and cut in stone. Thank you.
Councillor?
Through the chair, can I just paraphrase to make sure I heard that correctly? I heard that we're going to be able to identify specific features, and we're going to be able to say, for example, a wetland feature generally provides these types of benefits, water cleaning, et cetera. We might not be able to put a dollar value in time for the first application on what that financial value of that water cleaning is, for example, but we would be able to identify, it's the intention to identify features and identify the ways in which those features may generally be useful while not being able to maybe quantify the specific impact. Is that an accurate summary of where we're at right now?
Through the chair, Councillor, yes, I would say that, and I would say it's an evolving process. Like I mentioned, we're undertaking more detailed work on that in the AGD. So as we move along and before we get to an application, there could be further development in that area.
Thank you.
Okay, up now is Councillor Tattison, please.
I just wanted to ask some general questions about the Indigenous community and the changes that we've made to the plan. So it says, with respect to the Indigenous communities, the consultation engagement plan is focused on asking exactly how they want to participate in the city's processing of privately initiated urban boundary expansion applications. Can I just ask the bench, who are the they that we will be asking when we say Indigenous?
I guess we'll start with Director Hayworth first.
Oh, through the chair to the councillor. Well, typically we're corresponding with First Nations and getting their input on this, and dealing with any other communities the Indigenous Engagement Office indicates are important to deal with.
Okay, so I guess I'm just looking for a more specific, I understand we say First Nations, I guess I'd like to delve a little bit deeper into that, but we'll take that offline. So then it says, based on the input received through the city's consultation engagement, planning staff are recommending the following modifications to the draft framework. So it then says, requiring that applicants show evidence that they have contacted and informed Indigenous communities to discuss their proposal before an urban boundary expansion application is deemed complete. I guess this work is ongoing, but how are we going to define what are the basic standards of what that interaction is going to look like with the Indigenous?
GM Robichaud, please.
Steve Robichaud, Acting GM, Planning and Economic Development Department. Generally, we rely on the feedback we receive from the different Indigenous communities and Métis communities. So we have received correspondence from the Métis community indicating that a notification was simple to satisfy their needs. Other groups appreciate to be notified, but then request further follow-up dialogue in terms of understanding what is being proposed, and then they may deal directly with the property owners in terms of further conversations around better understanding the proposal, if they're going to require any fees to complete their review. So we do allow for the Indigenous communities and our Indigenous partners to provide some degree of lead in terms of how they wish to be engaged. For some, it may be simply awareness is sufficient, and others prefer the opportunity to do a deeper dive in it. We have seen some requests actually to have the documents translated into various First Nation dialects in order to facilitate the engagement with those communities, and that would be the onus on the proponents to work with the Indigenous communities in responding to those specific needs. It is not a one-off event, but it is a broader conversation when we are engaging with our Indigenous partners, and we recognize that many times they simply want to check in with the city to understand, and then have those deeper dives with the specific applicants as they work through that process. And in terms of the communities that we engage with, we do attempt to engage with as many communities as possible, and then take the lead from them in terms of next steps. So as the director indicated, we work with our Indigenous office in terms of identifying who those communities are, as well as our existing mailing list. We did develop a fairly comprehensive and robust contact list during the GRIDS 2 process, and we continue to rely on that process in terms of as many communities as possible. And in often case, it may be multiple representatives of the communities who occupy the same geographic area, in order that they are aware of what is going on and how best to respond. They do recognize too that they do receive a fair amount of correspondence, so that's why we may have to have follow-up dialogue or conversations with them to ensure that they receive the letter or the notification or the email, and offering to have those meetings and discussions to better explain exactly what is being proposed, and then seeking their feedback in terms of next steps. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. That's very in-depth, and that gives me a much better understanding of it. But I do want to just say that it just says that the basic requirement is to show evidence that they have contacted and informed Indigenous communities. So to me, that's kind of a low standard as opposed to seeking consultation. That's the difference, I think, for me. So I appreciate everything that you said, and it was a fulsome answer. And I'm hoping that that fulsome answer that you are saying translates to more than what it just says here in this document. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Taddison. Any other speakers on the presentation at all? Councillor Maureen-Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just trying to follow up from my colleagues, Councillor Kazar and Alex Wilson. Could you just remind me on the discussion of we haven't completed the assignment on identifying a quantitative value to ecosystems and natural systems. We could identify what's there through various studies and maybe apply a qualitative analysis. Could someone give me an update on when is that assignment to be completed on the quantitative value exercise? Please. Excuse me.
Director Hayworth, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, so on the quantitative part in terms of the numerical piece, I think, like I said, there's some work ongoing through the AHED project and updating that secondary plan and some financial impact assessment work for that, where we're looking at this, and I think we have to see what transpires from that. I look at the timeline. We're looking at probably the end of 2025 for that project. So that will, I think, provide some insight into how we can proceed and take that on to a broader basis, to a more citywide basis in terms of its application. And then we can come in and look at updating the terms of references on that basis after that.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on the presentation? Okay, seeing none, I do need a mover and a seconder to receive this presentation. Councillor Kassar and Councillor Taddison, and this is a hand vote. May I have your hand vote, please? This is to receive this presentation, and that looks like everyone. That vote carries. We are now going to ask members of the public. So are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Last time, are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder that the public submissions regarding this matter were received and considered by committee, and 2, that the public meeting will be closed. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Kassar, Councillor Taddison. This is an e-scribe vote, so may I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. Welcome, Councillor Pauls. Oh, you only get one vote, Councillor Taddison, so double thumbs doesn't work. And that vote carries 9-0. Thank you all. So we are now moving on to the report recommendations. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations, please? Councillor McMeekin? Yes. All right. And Councillor Taddison. So do we have any questions, comments on the report recommendations? Councillor Kassar, did you say that you wanted to? Okay, we'll start with Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just make some comments for the public's benefit on the ecological services, and then I'll move over to financial impact analysis. Yeah, it's disappointing that we're not at a position to be able to require the valuation of ecological services. For some context, MPCA has evaluated their watershed in this manner using green analytics. Many municipalities have also done this work, including Oakville, Halton Conservation Authority, including Hamilton with the Grindstone Creek a few years ago, Peel Region, Nanaimo, many others in BC and Alberta. So it's not that it's not possible. There's just, I guess, not enough inertia to make it happen here in time for what we need to do, but it is possible, and it's really important work that we need to get to. So disappointed that's not included, but wanted that on the record. Also wanted to move over to the financial impact analysis. It was referenced in the presentation and got a good deal of attention in the report, particularly Appendix M, where the consultant spoke to the motion that Councillor Maureen Wilson put forward and I seconded about, and it was referenced in the presentation about having a financial view of these huge decisions that we're making. So I just want to quote a couple from page 10, top of page 10 of Appendix M. The consultant says there's limited data on what the overall net financial position is for different spatial patterns, meaning how cities are developed and how land is used. In absence of city-specific data sets, it is difficult to pinpoint the specific density range and land use pattern that optimizes municipal finance considerations. It goes on to say that requesting that applicants prepare a comparative analysis between the proposed greenfield expansion area and other built-up areas from a financial perspective is of questionable practical relevance. Okay, so considering the financial impact of urban boundary expansions is a questionable practical relevance. I disagree entirely with that statement. We've built too much sprawling infrastructure over the past many decades, Chair, that has impoverished our city finances. We know we have a $3.8 billion infrastructure deficit. It's left our city with aging infrastructure, including crumbling roads, and many people who got here today probably traveled on some of those crumbling roads. We now have taken a plan, 10-year plan to raise taxes to fix all of this. Yet the development industry wants to continue this ruinous development pattern, and that's what it is. And what I'm reading in the consultant's report is that they think this financial analysis that has created a situation we're in does not have practical relevance. And the developer and community, I think, commented that it's too difficult to do. So, this is the fundamental aspect of development and the impact it has on the city and it has on taxpayers. Just last term, Joe Minicosia was right here at that podium from Urban 3 talking about this exact topic. They do revenue modeling, cost of service analysis. They specialize in that. So to say it's not possible and it's questionable relevance doesn't jive. There's also SSG, which has a land use impact calculator. A tool to explore potential impacts of proposed residential developments in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, infrastructure, capital costs, municipal revenues. You can develop or do scenarios for different development scenarios for low density, transit oriented, and so on. And then there's the click tool that's available. Also, the first one I believe is free to use. The click tool is the community life cycle infrastructure costing. Same kind of thing. It allows local governments to estimate local or life cycle costs of infrastructure and make good decisions on planning. So I have a really hard time supporting a framework that basically, we had a financial framework included, or financial impact analysis that we requested rather, and the feedback from the development industry has been, and the consultant, yeah, that doesn't make sense, doesn't work. It's up to all of us to put the interests of the city and taxpayers first. So to not have the financial impact available for the public when a urban boundary expansion application is put forth, which is arguably the biggest impact that it has, it just doesn't make, it's just not responsible governance to approve that. So my intention would be to have some dialogue with staff between now and council, but really struggle to approve this framework without that strong financial impact analysis included at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Any other? I see now. Councillor Crutch, and then followed by Councillor McMeekin. So Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks. I agree with Councillor Kassar. I also wanted to ask specifically about how delegated authority works for urban boundary expansion applications. I just don't really understand it entirely. I know there's all kinds of triggers inside of planning documents that have some planning applications go through a site application process that never go through zoning and we never see them. This has been obviously a topic of much public conversation. And so I want to understand that process better about how these applications for urban boundary expansion would or wouldn't come to planning committee. Someone could explain that just in simple terms to me, because I think I'm just not understanding it.
Director Hayworth, please.
Thank you, through the chair. So we actually have two applications in right now. There's been some communications update to council on those two applications. When we receive an application, we look at it versus the submission requirements in policy at the time. And this framework we're talking about today, we looked at when we had the draft framework that was approved that this framework is based on. We used that as a guide as well and reviewing the applications to determine if they're complete. So that's the first step. And we have 30 days to determine if those applications are complete or not, okay? So those two applications were deemed complete. Then we set a public meeting, a statutory public meeting date. There's been one set for those two applications jointly, so there'll be two public meetings on those applications. In the interim, we send notice of complete application out once we deem it complete with that public meeting date. There's signage put up on the property. We've sent notice to everyone within the boundaries of the urban expansion application, so to speak, as well as 400 meters around that site. We put a notice of public open houses in the paper as well. We advise of those open houses, and we've set two open houses. They're not statutory public open houses for mid-April. so that we can gather public comments and have them considered in the report that would go the same evening, the recommendation report, the same evening as the statutory public meeting in June. So the fact that we have 2 applications in, and I just mentioned the process for those, kind of explains what the process is generally in terms of dealing with the applications. Planning committee would make a decision on those applications, and then their council would ultimately make the final decision, and then there'd be an appeal period for those applications.
Thank you, Director. I think Director Fayback also wants to weigh in. Director?
Thank you, Chair. Just as a follow-up to Director Hayward's comments, it's important to note that because these are urban boundary expansion applications, official plan amendment applications are required. So those are not delegated to staff. A decision by council must be made on those applications. So any urban boundary expansion applications that the city receives and deems complete would come before Planning Committee and Council.
Thank you. That was the question I was seeking to have answered, Director Fayback. I appreciate that. And so in terms of us not really knowing when, you said by the end of 2025, someone said we potentially have some more information about natural areas and about the quantification of those natural areas, understanding our natural assets in the city, something we've been talking about for a bit of a while now. If this is approved before that happens, I'm assuming, just kind of based on what Councillor Kassar was saying and my own understanding, that there wouldn't be a way to integrate these 2 things with one another. So we have a sense because we're doing one before we do the other. Is that do I generally understand that correctly?
Through the chair to the councillor. So I think one thing just to clarify, like we are requiring the submission of a financial impact assessment, okay? I think what we're talking about is the details of that financial impact assessment in the terms of reference, right? So in the terms of reference, how that and what that financial impact assessment addresses and how it addresses those is the important part. And those terms of references can be updated and modified down the road.
If I can assist, Councillor, this is an urban boundary expansion would be the first step in many planning processes to follow. So for example, like in Lower Stony Creek, the urban boundary was expanded in 2006, but a special policy area was created saying no development shall occur until such time as a secondary plan has been approved. And at that, so there will be ultimately the requirement, and then the implementing development instruments. So from a timing perspective, the city still needs to put together a framework. Should the OLT approve an urban boundary expansion, we would be seeking that it would be contingent on a secondary plan being approved, which would still provide the opportunity to do have additional information studies and reports submitted in support of that future land use and development applications. Within Lower Stony Creek, we've done block servicing strategies, which are not only implementing the land use, but also the subwatershed plans that were prepared and looking at those environmental features and additional studies and reports. So there is still another, should the OLT approve an urban boundary expansion, it would not preclude from the city in requiring a secondary plan to be prepared and what would be the background information required in support of that secondary plan, whether it is led by the city or if it's led by proponents. You may recall when the province first did the urban boundary expansion and they reversed council's decision before they reversed their reversal, there was we came forward to committee and council to talk about what would be that secondary planning process to ensure that it addressed all of the interests, both of individual landowners, as well as providing for a mixture of land uses and looking at both the life cycle cost analysis for the infrastructure, ensuring that subwatershed and natural heritage features are identified and protected through that process, et cetera, et cetera. So that, it is not in approving this today in any way are we precluding from additional work or additional city requirements being established to ensure that that development reflects the all of the values and the areas that we deem to be important as an organization and the city through those development approvals processes. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Just a couple comments from me, and then I'll be wrapped up. Regardless of that, and I appreciate the extra context, what this is a public document. And the public document essentially says, from my reading of it, and obviously I'm not the only one. These financial impact assessments are going to be difficult to do. They're cumbersome. If I'm a developer and I want to come here and I want to say, well, we did this, but they can refer right to the writing in this document just to undermine their ability to have to even do it. And they can challenge people by saying, well, and sure, we can improve the terms of reference in the future, but here's my concern. One of the big conversations we've had about expanding urban boundaries has been about farmland. But that is not the only conversation we have to be having about this. Our natural areas, which we haven't quantified and qualified yet, which we don't have a good understanding of, do all kinds of work to support the watershed, to support everyone's ability to live in this city without constant flooding, other kinds of issues. And so without having all that sort of front-loaded, so that we're ensuring that every single person who's asking to do this has to make all those considerations. And for every single piece of absorbable land, and what the impacts and costs of that are doing it. Not just talking about straight up expansion, which is a whole other financial consideration. We talk about expanding and talk about the infrastructure required and what the infrastructure life cycle costs are. Those are totally different than what we're talking about with natural assets. I don't think either of those have been represented here in any kind of meaningful way, so the developers have to take that into consideration when they're putting applications together. So for me, that's a big miss, and those things are very important to me as foundational pieces of this kind of work. So I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Up now is Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of observations. Bear with me. I remember the process we went through to encourage and garner citizen input around urban boundaries. It was arguably the most dramatic public participation exercise, I think, in decades, from my memory of things. And it got to the point where the Premier did his very, very, very sorry apology of breaking the promise on the Greenbelt. I guess my concern is I don't want to, and I'm hopeful, prayerful that, down the road we're not doing our very, very, very sorry apology that we did something that put our natural heritage assets in particular at risk. I appreciate the references Councillor Kassar made. He's much more into this than I probably ever will be, although generically I'm certainly there. We had early in this term of council, we had a lengthy discussion about the importance of putting a value, an asset value, on natural resources. And so I am a bit fearful. In fact, I want to withdraw my motion. You've indicated I might be willing to move the motion. I prefer not to do that. Somebody else might want to do that, but I don't want to go on record at this point, particularly on that. I'm just concerned. I think we need to have a, Councillor Kretsch is right, it is about more than farmland. We need to have a haunting awareness of the natural assets, particularly on the water side. Wetlands, I think with only 19% of our woodlands from 20 years ago is still available to us. And they're precious. We need to be good stewards of that. We're also caught in an interesting dilemma around the development industry itself. We know, often these arguments get put in terms of competing goods, and understandably, because their industry is has, for all intents and purposes, even before the tariffs, been literally crippled. And those are jobs. Those are things that we need to be aware of and sensitive to. And I'm not absolutely 100% opposed to some expansion, but I think it needs to be thoughtful, and we need to be hauntingly aware of the importance of and the need to ensure a hyper attention to the asset value of our natural assets. I just want to add that I don't want to be in a position where we're saying, gosh, golly gee, we started out on the right track about values. All the input we had from citizens, we're keen and green, we're heading in the right direction. Yeah, we've got challenges with the development sector, but we need to work together. And then to potentially be in a situation where it appears we may be throwing some of that away. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. You did note that you would like to be removed as the mover of this, so I still need a mover. At this point, Councillor Taddison was the seconder, so Councillor Taddison, are you okay to move this?
Can I ask a question first?
You know what, I will leave the mover and a seconder. Let's remove the mover and a seconder for now, and then we'll leave that to the very end, so we'll go through all of our speakers to start. So if that's the case, I do have Councillor Kassar before you.
I'm first-time speaker.
Right, sorry about that. Councillor Taddison, please.
Just in relation to this, what are the consequences of, or the negative aspects of this not passing today from the bench? Could you give us that?
Director Hayworth, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, I think this amendment, and Charlie talked about the pieces, the submission requirements, the engagement, et cetera, and we are requiring a financial impact assessment. As I said, it's the details obviously are a concern to some of the committee members. But the engagement piece, the submission requirements, this is a substantial upgrade to the current situation that we have right now to assess urban boundary expansion official plan amendments. So I would note that, and some of the details we are speaking of are kind of terms of reference type details for doing the studies, as opposed to the broader based official plan amendment that's before you. And like I said, we can come back with modifications to that. I don't want to dismiss the concerns that are being raised. I think they're important, and there could be more dialogue on that with the consultant as we move along. But like I mentioned, this OPA is an upgrade over the existing situation, and some of the details that we're speaking above are more terms of reference details for the studies. Thanks.
Okay, I'll stand to move it, but I don't know if I'll get a seconder. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taddison. Up now is Councillor Kassar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Taddison, for asking that question. I was going to ask it as well. I mean, my comments were obviously previously focused on where I see the deficiencies, but there has been a huge amount of work here, and it is an upgrade, and we need as a city to have a framework to deal with urban boundary expansions, because they're already coming at us, although we as a body have opposed them. So I want to just acknowledge that, you know, staff are following direction from council. They've done an excellent job. We need to have a framework. Right. We absolutely need to have a framework. It is an upgrade, as Director Hayworth has just said. So my intention is, I think it's appropriate here to get this to council, and between now and council, have the dialogue on the improvements and make the final decision there. I do not want us to get into a messy situation at council where we do not end up having a framework for whatever number of reasons happen between now and then, because it is important. So today, I'll be very explicit. Today, I'll support getting this to council with the intention to have dialogue on the issues that I've raised and seeing what work can be done. I did express that I don't support it entirely the way it is now, but I know it's not perfect. I'd rather have something that's not perfect, but will work between now and council to make it better. So I want that to be clear.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers on this? Councillor Kretsch, I see. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Yeah, just to be collegial about it, I'll support this to get to the council meeting. If that's what folks are going to do, that's fine. But yeah, my vote in council will be dependent upon whether or not things that we've raised today are taken into consideration and perhaps modified, because I think that it needs to be a little more strongly worded, and we need to have some confidence now that the process we're using is robust and takes the things we mentioned today into consideration. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Winston Churchill once said, if you can't change your mind, you can't change anything. So I'm been swayed by Councillor Kassar sharing the same concerns. I'm prepared to support it. And we'll work with the good councillor and anyone else to enhance it as best we can. I know we have a staff that love this city to bits and want only what's best for our beloved city, and we'll work with them and we'll get it right. Thanks.
Sounds good.
So I'll second the motion.
Okay, all right, we're back. So we have swapped the mover and the seconder, please. So Councillor Taddison will move and Councillor McMeekin will second. At this point, seeing as our speakers list is exhausted, may I please have your vote electronically? Oh, sorry, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just seeking some procedural guidance from you and understanding the conversation. Your question is, and what is moved and seconded is looking for support for the recommendations.
Yes.
It's not looking to defer something to council that may further inform or change those recommendations.
At this point, it is to approve what is before us right now. And then from the sounds of what Councillor Kassar is saying, that he will likely bring amendments to council when the minutes are being presented at council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So again, we do have a mover and a seconder. May I please have your vote electronically, please? And Councillor Nan, we are currently on 8.3, which is the urban boundary evaluation framework. I don't know if you want to vote, as you didn't really hear much of the debate, so maybe, okay. All right. Vote is up. And that vote carries 9-0. Thank you. We are now moving on. So we originally deferred 8.4 to the very end. So do we continue on with 8.4 or 8.5?
Technically, I believe the deferral was just until Councillor Nan arrived, so we are just good to proceed with item 8.4.
I do recognize that there was a delegate that wanted to speak at the public hearing, and I did give her the heads up to try and come because we didn't know. So I think this delegate wanted to, well, I sent her home to watch it on YouTube and then come back when this agenda item came. So I wonder if we could actually just, if we can just stick to the plan just so that we can allow that delegate to come back. Or we can do the next one, 8.5, and then come back to 8.4, and then just do a really big shout out on YouTube that if you want to talk about 8.4, please come to City Hall. Clerk Kelsey, what do you think?
The only comment I have is that there is another delegate on this particular item, which I heard that if it's, depending on how late it's deferred, that it would be a challenge for them to attend. So maybe just we could check if Sean McGuire is in attendance today.
Right. Sean is here, okay.
So for committee's consideration.
I do want to maximize the number of delegates, so sorry, clerk. So would it make sense for us to try and do 8.5 and then do 8.4 directly after? Because then that way we still have Sean here, if you're okay to stay for. Okay, so I think what we'll do if committee, sorry, you have questions on 8.5, so you do have I think that's, if committee is okay and amenable to try and do 8.5 first, and then we will come back to 8.4. That way we maximize, again, the number of delegates that are planning to attend, and then we can also ensure that we're not keeping Sean too much longer. So let's move on to 8.5. And on YouTube, if you are interested in 8.4, which is 120 Wentworth Street North, please come to City Hall because we will be doing that right after this particular item. So 8.5 is PED 25038, strategic and technical amendments to the Urban Hamilton official plan, City of Hamilton zoning bylaw numbers 05200 to implement residential zones and strategic amendments to the former City of Hamilton. We do have Jennifer Allen and Sebastian Cumming that can do the presentation. So would committee like to see this presentation? Yes. Jennifer, if you're able to come on down.
Good morning, Chair, committee members, staff, and public in attendance. My name is Jennifer Allen, a planner in policy planning, and I'm joined with Sebastian Cumming, a planner in zoning bylaw reform. Today we will be discussing strategic and technical amendments to the Urban Hamilton official plan, City of Hamilton zoning bylaw 05200, and former City of Hamilton zoning bylaw 6593. The purpose of the report is to bring forward amendments to the Urban Hamilton official plan, zoning bylaw 05200 and zoning bylaw 6593 to further implement the residential zones project, amend the residential care facility zoning regulations, and other amendments to address consistency, interpretation, and zoning changes to provincial policy. So now I'll go over some background on recent staff reports and provincial amendments which are related to or informed the amendments before you today. So through the implementation of OPA 167, there have been various amendments to land use permissions to permit an increased range of housing options within the built boundary. This includes the work completed through the residential zones project, which amended zoning bylaw 05200 to introduce 3 low-density residential zones with updated permissions and performance standards. In 2019, planning staff presented a discussion paper respecting residential care facilities and group homes to Planning Committee, which included preliminary recommendations for zoning changes. The recommendations of the discussion paper and other changes respecting residential care facilities regulations were incorporated into the low-density residential zones through the first and second phase of the residential zones project. Bill 185 contained various amendments to the Planning Act, which included exemption for post-secondary institutions from the requirement of the Planning Act. So Sebastian will be going through all the proposed amendments to the zoning bylaws. The proposed amendments to the Urban Hamilton official plan are limited to providing clarification on different townhouse forms and which built forms are intended to be considered a multiple dwelling under the Urban Hamilton official plan. So the amendments to the official plan include amending the definition of a multiple dwelling to include multiple separate buildings which form part of a comprehensive development, to address an existing policy gap, and to add language to the definition to clarify that street townhouse dwellings are not considered a multiple dwelling. Additional amendments to Volume 1 policies to provide clear distinction between street townhouse dwellings and multiple dwellings is also proposed where necessary. So I'll turn it over to Sebastian.
Thank you, Jen. With respect to zoning, first, townhouse form differentiation and zoning bylaw 05200. In section 3 definitions, the amendments add a new definition of multiple dwelling townhouse and unit width, and modify the definitions of street townhouse dwelling and lot. The new multiple dwelling townhouse definition is intended to capture a broad range of townhouse forms which all constitute a multiple dwelling as defined in the Urban Hamilton official plan. Amendments to the definition of lot and Section 4.3 frontage on a street are intended to achieve consistency in how zoning bylaw 05200 regulates multiple dwelling townhouse developments. The amended definition of street townhouse dwelling will only capture townhouse units with direct frontage on a street. With respect to residential zones implementation and zoning bylaw 05200, there are changes to multiple zones to add permitted uses. In the neighborhood institutional I1 zone and community institutional I2 zone, street townhouse dwelling, triplex dwelling, and fourplex dwelling are proposed to be added to the permitted uses, and the standards for low-density residential uses are proposed to be aligned with those of the low-density residential zones. In the downtown residential D5 zone, triplex, fourplex, and multiple dwelling townhouse are proposed to be added to the permitted uses. In the residential character commercial C1 zone, triplex dwelling is to be added as a permitted use. And in section 1.11, which outlines legal nonconforming uses, the full suite of low-density residential uses are proposed to be added to those uses eligible for recognition and limited permissions in cases where such uses are legal nonconforming. And with respect to additional dwelling units, clarification is within the amendment to better distinguish the permissions and restrictions for additional dwelling units between the urban area and the rural area of the city. With respect to residential care facilities and zoning bylaw 05200, the radial separation distance and moratorium areas are proposed to be eliminated from the bylaw. And there is a similar amendment proposed to former Hamilton zoning bylaw 6593, which would delete the moratorium area as it applies to residential care facilities only. Regarding capacity restrictions for residential care facilities in zones which permit the use are proposed to be deleted only in the urban area. And co-location of residential care facility and social services establishment. The amendments permit those two uses to co-locate in the same building in the I3, TOC1, and C5 zone. Lastly, there are also strategic updates proposed, including adding a new regulation addressing how zoning applies to undertakings of post-secondary institutions, which follows amendments made to the Planning Act through Bill 185. Respecting consultation, staff from Development Planning and Zoning and Committee of Adjustment sections in Planning and staff from Building Division provided input on the proposed amendments respecting townhouse form differentiation. A summary of the proposed zoning bylaw amendments respecting townhouse form differentiation was presented to the Development Industry Liaison Group on February 12, 2025, and notice of the public meeting was posted in the Hamilton Spectator and individual mailouts were sent. Thank you for attending and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Speakers list is open. Councillor Maureen Wilson on the presentation at all?
Probably a marriage of the two, if you would afford me that latitude.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead. We'll start with Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you to for the presentation and your work on this. My questions are going to be focusing on the residential care facility portion. And if I could back up just to ensure that my questions are set on a foundation of correct understanding. Thank you. So if I go back a little bit, there was an incident in Hamilton a number of years back where the Ontario Human Rights Commission questioned the legality or appropriateness of radial separations, which is a distance, a required distance between, in this case, residential care facilities. The radial separation distance was put in place as a way, Chair, to address pretty substantial concentration of RCFs in part of the city. Jumping forward, there was a discussion paper on RCFs in response to that issue of human rights. And through our zoning changes for low density, to provide for greater choices in low density areas, let me just try and see if I can word this correctly. We're using that initiative as a way in which to further extend permissions for residential care facilities. Could I ask staff to comment on that, perhaps history, to make sure I've understood it correctly? Thank you.
Sebastian, is that something you wanted to take a stab at?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I'll provide a summary, but invite any others to join me. So yes, following the incident noted, the Ontario Human Rights Commission sent some letters to the city to encourage the city to re-examine its zoning regulations. The discussion paper in 2019 was provided to Planning Committee, and direction was provided to consult on the preliminary zoning recommendations within that discussion paper. Following initial consultation just on that scope of changes, staff sought further direction to consult on those changes as part of the residential zones project more broadly. And so those changes have been partially included in the low density residential zones. And these amendments will expand some of those changes to other zones which also permit residential care facility.
Thank you. Just so that I have an understanding then of that, you mentioned 3 low-density residential zones. Could you give a quick picture for committee members where that is, and how that would address the city's approach to trying to eliminate or address the concern with the radial separation?
Through the chair, the low-density residential zones, those are the R1, R1A, and R2 zone of zoning bylaw 05200, apply to approximately 75% of low-density properties within the city. And in those zones, a residential care facility is permitted, is not subject to a radial separation distance requirement, and is not subject to a capacity restriction.
Thank you. So if I've understood that correctly, Chair, then right now, a substantive part of the city of Hamilton is now zoned R1, R1A, and RA2, I think you said. And that means you said 75% of low-density properties are now could be serving as residential care facilities, which would mean across the city in its pretty much entirety. Do I have that right in the urban area?
Generally, yes, those lands are dispersed throughout the urban area.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go on as a second-time speaker, please. I have a number of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks. Councillor Maureen Wilson asked my questions. I'm good.
So at this point, we do need to have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. Sorry, that's right. I am so sorry about that. Councillor Maureen Wilson, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. No problem. So if I could just then pivot to the recommendations that are set out in this report, which I'm seeking clarity on. Could you speak to specifically for members of this committee what this report is recommending specific to residential care facilities now permitted in R1, R1A, RA2, get that one wrong, across the city, please?
Through the chair, yes, it's the R1, R1A, and R2.
R2, okay.
And there are no changes proposed to residential care facilities in those zones. this is an exercise in, yes, making other zones more consistent with those low-density residential zones.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess I misunderstood. I thought this report was seeking permission to remove any capacity ceilings on RCFs in those low-density properties. Could I seek clarification through the chair?
Sebastian or Jennifer, is that something you guys can just clarify, or is that, am I looking at someone else right now?
Through the chair, the low-density residential zones, as amended and completed in 2024, contain no capacity restrictions for residential care facilities.
Okay, so thank you. Just so I understand, that permission has already been granted, that the capacity is going to be determined by the built form as opposed to the use. Do I have that correct, please?
Through the chair, yes, built form will regulate overall size.
Okay. So in that case, there's a scenario where there could be a single-family dwelling, or what served as a single-family dwelling. There would be no ceiling on the number of, say, tenants in that, whereas there could be more tenants in that residential care facility than, say, a 3-story walk-up, presumably because you're guided by the building code as opposed to the use. Through the chair.
Through the chair, with no maximum capacity specifically set out in the zoning bylaw, it would be other regulatory framework requirements which stipulate interior areas devoted to occupants, shared areas, and that combined with built form would generally determine the maximum effectively.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just toggling. Thank you. So,
sorry, Madam Chair, just the zoning bylaw from a use provision would not establish a cap in the resident, does not establish a maximum number of residents within a residential care facility in the low-density residential zones. There is a parking requirement that relates, depending on where they are located in the city, that in the suburban locations, they may have to provide additional parking as the number of residents in the care facility does increase. So there is that indirect regulation that regulates the number of residents in terms of the ability to provide adequate on-site parking. It's a bit of a nuance, but so the use is permitted with no restrictions in terms of capacity, subject to them meeting the appropriate performance standards. If it's a new building, it relates to, yards and setbacks and lot coverage considerations and parking regulations. Or the conversion of an existing building may be subject to those parking regulations depending on the location of that site. So there is a indirect regulation on capacity relating to parking. I just wanted to provide that point of clarification. And notwithstanding the zoning bylaw, we do have, and I can refer to my colleagues, public health and bylaw enforcement, we do have bylaws regulating care facilities, as I understand it, in terms of ensuring that the quality of the residential environment meets appropriate city standards. And that's normally an inspection that's done through fire, public health, and I believe municipal law enforcement, but Acting Director Smith can provide additional clarification around the licensing bylaw regime as opposed to the zoning bylaw regime if required. The other caveat that we have is we have a unique situation in the low density. Currently, if you're in an institutional zone, I-1 in 05200, it actually has the old regulations in place because that institutional zoning was put in place circa 2010 prior to the human rights issue coming out at an OLT hearing. So you could have two houses side by side. One of them is zoned R1 and the other one is zoned I1. The use would be permitted in both zones, but currently under zoning bylaw 05200, the dwelling that is zoned I1 would have more restrictions on it than the dwelling that is zoned R1. And what we are attempting to do, and consistent with the direction that we, the Human Rights Commission and the policy background paper, is to harmonize and eliminate these requirements. Because as you may recall, at the time of that hearing, an RCF was not a permitted use in, say, Ancaster. Glanbrook or Stony Creek had very large radial separation requirements that effectively eliminated the use from being a permitted use, whereas Hamilton, as we talked about, in order to first get community acceptance of these facilities, they established a radial separation requirement, and that was to avoid an overconcentration. Ultimately, there was a moratorium was put in place in certain areas of the city because there was an overconcentration, and then we had the hearing, the denial of a rezoning application, the involvement of the Human Rights Commission, and then said that we really needed to update our regulations because they were seen as a barrier. And what we are now trying to do today is, for the non-residential zones, harmonize them with the residential zones so we don't have this situation where, even though the use from the outside looks identical, if it's in an institutional zone or in some of the commercial zones, because of the time those zones were brought forward, the use is not permitted, or there's a standard associated with that use that is higher than if it's in a residential zone. So we're trying to then meet the spirit and intent of both the human rights feedback we received, plus the council adoption of the discussion paper relating to residential care facilities. Thank you.
So technically your time is up. However, if you have any last questions, because I do see Councillor Pauls as a first-time speaker also on the list.
Happy to let Councillor Pauls go, but I do have some additional questions.
Okay, excellent. All right, thank you. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, and I appreciate Councillor Wilson talking about this, because I have a couple of questions. What's the difference between RCF and group homes?
Sebastian, do you want to give that a go first? And then if not, then we'll ask some. Okay, please.
Through the chair, there are a variety of definitions in zoning bylaw 05200. So a residential care facility, if I can read the definition, shall mean a group living arrangement within a fully detached residential building for supervised residence where supports and/or services are provided on site, and may house residents referred to the facility by a hospital, court, or government agency, and B, be a facility licensed, funded, and approved by a contract or agreement with the federal, provincial, or municipal governments. A residential care facility shall not include an emergency shelter, lodging house, corrections residence, or correctional facility. So there are many residential uses are defined. That is the definition of residential care facility, and it specifies the things which distinguish it from other uses.
I'm just wondering, the radial separation, is it for both group homes and RCF? There isn't, we're not having it now, but is it for both?
Through the chair, there is no radial separation for group homes, which are not residential care facilities.
So, because I remember last term, I had a group home in one area, and people around there were calling me, not knowing. It was just, and is there a limit how many people? Well, I guess I heard it has to be parking or something. For a group home, first of all, are the residents around that group home notified?
Through the chair, if a building permit were submitted to establish a group home and that proposal complied with zoning and every other municipal regulation and complied with the Ontario Building Code, the city would have no process requiring public notice generally.
There's no public, but before we used to, because it's after the human rights.
If I can clarify, A group home is not a defined term in the zoning bylaw. It is often used, the evolution of residential care facilities was from a single detached dwelling with borders, a boarding house, then it became a lodging house. Then we used for a while the term group homes, and then the current terminology is a residential care facility in it where there's a residential living environment and supports are provided. If there are no supports being provided, then it would be considered to be a lodging house or a single detached dwelling where people are co-housing. Lodging houses are subject to a different set of zoning regulations than residential care facilities, and lodging houses are permitted in different areas or may not be permitted in the same area as a single detached dwelling. So the primary question is, why are people living there? Are they just living because it's like a lodging house, so it becomes affordable housing? Or are they being referred there, or are they living in that environment? Either they've been directed there or that they require a degree of support and care in their living. If they are requiring that support or care in their day-to-day living activities, it would be considered to be a residential care facility. It often, from a layman's perspective, people use the term group home and residential care facility as the same term. So, but the city is very specific in both our zoning bylaw and I believe there's the residential care facility bylaw. It becomes a defined term in terms of it being a supportive living environment as opposed to an independent living environment where you were just renting a room and you were co-sharing a dwelling unit. So we have to look at the specifics of what is happening in the property to make a determination whether it falls either into which definitional classification, and then the appropriate regulations would take place. I believe in most cases when people are talking about a group home, they are in fact talking about what we now call a residential care facility. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I understand now the group home and RCF are the same because they're getting supportive housing. And now both, there's no radius separation because of the human rights, and both do not require anybody to know around the area. The residents don't know about it. They just open up because it's allowed with the zoning. That's my understanding. The thing that I'm really, when it's an RCF, why, you said something about parking. Most people that live in RCF, do they have cars? Or do they? I could understand the other lodging houses, people just live together. Because I know, I volunteer one and none of them really drive. So why is the parking a stipulation, one of them? I don't understand.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor, you are correct. Many of the residents may not own a vehicle and they may not drive, but there are also staff that are involved, and it's to ensure that there is adequate parking on site if staff are within the facility, and depending on the size of the facility and the staff to resident ratio. That's really what we're trying to address by ensuring that in facilities with larger capacity that they have adequate on-site staff parking and or for visitor parking should visitors want it. That is why the regulation was established. It is not intended in that regulation to be prohibitive in the sense of using it as a barrier to the residential care facilities, but for facilities with larger capacities, we just to ensure that there is adequate on-site parking being provided in those areas of the city where parking is required, which is generally under the new zoning regulations, the suburban areas that do not have the same degree of transit as the more established urban areas of the city. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm just, what we heard today is basically we're eliminating the radius. Is that what we're approving to? Is that what we're talking about? That we are approving that there will be no separation of residential facilities? Is that what we're approving today?
Through the chair, it is low-density residential zones already had that removal approved last year. This will be dealing with other zones in the urban area which already permit a residential care facility.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. It's more, I would like to really understand it more when the residents, why we cannot let the residents know that there's going to be a RCF or a group home in their neighborhood. Why don't we do that? Why don't we just, I know we don't have to, but is there any way that the city, if we know that there's going to be a couple of group home, like even in one area of the city, that the residents know about it?
Through the chair, at least for planning processes, public notice is provided where, a change to the Planning Act or a change under the Planning Act is required. So certainly if there was a case where a residential care facility, for example, did not comply with zoning and required a minor variance or a rezoning application, typical public notice would be followed, but that's the extent of.
So if, can I ask the last question?
Okay, last question?
Last question. So
Okay.
let's say in my area, there's going to be a RCF or a group home. Would the councillor know right away so that we could advise our neighborhood? Is that allowed?
I'll let that question go, but it's getting further and further away from the
Okay,
report. So I wonder if it's a quick answer, then I'll let it move forward. Is that a quick answer at all?
Is it?
Director Smith, please.
Thank you, Acting Director, Licensing Bylaw Services, Dan Smith. Through the chair, from the licensing bylaw perspective, any RCF that's licensed in the city of Hamilton is posted on the city website through open data. We don't provide notice when an application comes in, but anything that is licensed would be available to the public through the city's website.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. I'm on to third-time speakers, Councillor Wilson. But I'm hoping that we can do this so we can move on to the next one. Thanks, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just seeking some further clarification on this item. From the top, it talked about who within the organization, this organization was consulted on GIC on Wednesday. There was going to be a report with an update on where we are on RCFs, but regrettably that has been withdrawn. And trying to understand whether there's been throughout this a tethering between housing and homeless services who are examining the suitability of RCFs, how they're working to date, and these kind of zoning measures. Whether there has been a cross-pollination within the organization of one informing the other. Thank you. Can I have some discussion on that?
Through the chair to the councillor, there was no direct consultation with our housing services staff in the preparation of this. I think as we indicated, this is just creating consistency and alignment across the zoning bylaw to make sure that that there's that consistency and that those restrictions have been removed. So again, while the use may be permitted, there's still the zoning regulations that need to be adhered to, and then there would be the licensing requirements as well. So again, we were just looking to remove those barriers and create that consistency in the other zones. And when we talk about the other zones, we mean institutional, the downtown zones, our talk zoning, and making sure that there's consistency amongst those zones with the low density residential zones.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. This is amazing. So let us get to, we're going to now ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation, please. Councillor Crutch, Councillor Nan, and this is a hand vote, so may I have a hand vote, please? That looks like everyone, so that vote carries. So now we are going to ask members of the public if they wish to speak at this public meeting, and this is again in regards to 8.5. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this meeting? Okay. Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder that, one, there were no public submissions received regarding this matter, and that the public meeting be closed. So mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Crutch, Councillor Pauls. And I need that as your vote in e-scribe, please. Yes, Councillor Crutch and Councillor Pauls. Vote is up. Oh, that carries 10-0. Thank you all. We are now moving on to approving of the report recommendation. So may I please have a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor in order to approve this report? Councillor Cassar and Councillor Crutch. Any additional questions, comments on the report itself? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Appreciating that this is now focused on offering consistency with the low density and a particular focus on transit-oriented, institutional, and the like. I still find it a little puzzling that there hasn't been and there won't be any how this is going to be informed by the work of and the service that RCFs are going to be perhaps providing in the future. And I would like just a response on that. Otherwise, I'll have a difficult time supporting it.
Okay. Any still waiting. They're still a little conferring on the bench. GM Robichaud, I think you're it, right? GM
Yes,
Robichaud.
sorry. And I was speaking with GM Mater on their report that was removed for purposes of agenda management tomorrow because we do have a large agenda. This report is consistent with our policies and framework in terms of harmonizing and removing unnecessary regulations within the zoning bylaw or to where we have tensions within the zoning bylaw. And as I indicated, that we almost have two classes of where RCFs would or would not be permitted. In the low density residential zones, they don't have to abide by the same radial separation requirement that if the property backed onto an institutionally zoned or a commercially zoned property where a residential care facility might not be permitted because of the radial separation requirement. It is simply removing those or it's harmonization of the regulations, whereas my understanding is the report that was originally on the agenda tomorrow is doing that more on how they operate as opposed to where do they operate. And that would be the fundamental difference in what is the city trying to achieve through the support for the residential care operators and the services, the important services that they do provide, as opposed to saying, where should these residential care facilities operate? One of the as you know, the previous suite of regulations became barriers in terms of ensuring that there was an equitable distribution of care facilities across the city and an over-concentration in certain geographic areas by limiting where they could be permitted. And when I'm talking about the city, I'm talking about, you know, from Ancaster to Stony Creek, where there was large regulatory barriers. So some of those regulations were carried forward into the commercial zones and the institutional zones. They were not at the timing of the residential zones. And that is really what we are trying to address. That 2017-2019 discussion paper that really wanted to ensure that we had an equitable distribution from a planning permissions perspective of where residential care facilities could be permitted and avoiding those barriers and removing those barriers. So today's report and today's recommendation was to continue with that harmonization. However, if it is the will of committee that they would rather or want to first deal with the report that was originally on the GIC amendment, this portion of the staff recommendation could be deferred and allow the balance of the housekeeping amendments to go forward. If committee wanted to choose to do that, it is not time sensitive in that a decision must be made today. It was just a sequencing that both reports between Healthy Communities and Planning came forward on the same committee week. But if committee wants more time to consider the work that Healthy Communities had prepared and have that broader discussion, then I suggest that committee could just defer this part until such time as the residential care facility report has been considered at GIC, which I understand is being deferred for 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. That would be my preference. But
Sorry, that would be, sorry? Okay. All right. On a totally different matter, so I'll ask Councillor Taddison to take the chair.
Go ahead, Chair.
In this report, I was thankful to see on page 7 of 14 that the C1 zone, subject to the standards applying for single detached dwellings, there is an opportunity for commercial uses. So I'm just thankful that that is still in this. Just a quick question then. That only applies to C1 zones where there's that opportunity of residential and the potential for commercial. That doesn't apply to the R1 or the R2 zones, right? Like there's no opportunity for commercial to be installed or invested in there?
Through the chair, that's generally correct. Within residential zones, non-residential activities are limited to things like home businesses, which are tightly regulated and don't offer traditional commercial activity.
I guess my question then through you, Chair, is I grew up in a first floor grocery store, commercial corner store, and then there was a second floor residential. I would love to see more of that come forward. I know I've brought this up at other times, like with the medium residential, and I've also brought this up in other shapes and forms. So I'm, like I said, thankful that it's still in the C1 zone. I just want to understand what is the timing for us to potentially explore what this might look like in the R1 or R2 zones.
Through the chair to the councillor, I mean, having the C1 zone in place allows us to look at opportunities for where that neighborhood commercial could go. And I agree with you, there are parts of the city that already have that neighborhood commercial component or could be sort of transitioned into that. So I would say there's sort of two things we could look at is one, where could that neighborhood commercial zone be more broadly applied? Are there other areas that we could look at, which would be done through future work of the zoning bylaw? We want to make sure that we focus on the mid-rise and high-rise as our priority, and then we go back and take a look at some of the other zones. We may have to look at the official plan as well, because in terms of the neighborhood's designation, local commercial is permitted, but it's restricted in terms of the form and where it can go. So we'd have to kind of take a look at our OP policies. At the same time, I know that other municipalities such as Toronto have looked at this issue, and it's certainly something that is of interest to us as well. So it would form part of some of the future work that we'll bring forward.
And then just as follow-on then, by future work, we're talking couple of years from now or 10 years from now? What does future work?
Through the chair to the councillor, I would say that would be work within the next 2 to 3 years.
I will keep on that with you guys. Thank you so much. I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Okay, so I do see that we may have an opportunity to defer a portion of this report to a future meeting, but as Councillor Wilson has spoken to said report, no? Councillor Kassar, please.
I'd be happy to help that, just would need clarification on which portion of it.
Okay.
So based on Jim Robichaud's advice a couple moments ago, which recommendation would need the deferral?
Currently, there's a little conversation on the bench right now.
Through the chair to the councillor, it would most certainly be recommendation 3, which specifically speaks to the strategic amendments to the residential care facilities in the former city of Hamilton zoning bylaw number 6593. And would also apply to parts of recommendation number 2. So I'm just thinking quickly here, maybe what happens with recommendation number 2 is that we would amend the recommendation to remove reference to the residential care facility. So that would, and then remove recommendation number 3 in its entirety. And then staff would make sure that the attached appendices would be updated to reflect that as well, and remove any modifications related to residential care facility.
Okay, thank you for that. So 3 and then 2B, right? So removing them, is it appropriate to remove them or to have direction to defer them to a later date post the presentation of the other report to GIC, just to make sure we're keeping track of this and it's not lost? Just looking for procedural advice on what would be appropriate there.
Through the chair to the councillor, we would have planning staff has no concerns with the deferral. So then recommendation 3 would be deferred, and recommendation 2, any reference to the residential care facility regulations would be deferred.
Okay, got it. So looking to the clerk for that. Is that clear?
Okay, do I have a seconder? I can second. I'll take that. So at this point we do.
So we should do an amendment and then approve the report recommendations as amended.
Okay, but don't we have to vote on the deferral first?
That's the amendment.
Well, that's the amendment.
That's the amendment? Okay.
But it's a we're going to do it's a 2-part, right? Deferring recommendation number 3 and then amending recommendation number 2 to remove the references to the RCFs.
Okay.
And related changes to appendices.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's the amendment. It's currently on the floor.
As one.
As one. And because it's an amendment, we can debate on that, right? Because again, if it's a deferral, we can't debate on deferral, right? So, okay.
Yes, we can look at it as an amending of the report recommendations.
Okay. All right, so I'll open up the floor for any speakers on the amendment. I hope we're all kind of clear. Councillor Chattison, do you want us to clarify it all? Okay, he's good. And I'll take that second. Okay. Since there are no discussions on the amendment, may I have the electronic vote on the amendment, please? Vote is up. And that carries 10-0. We are now on to the balance of the report with the amendment. So, and I had an original mover and a seconder on the original report, which I think was Councillor Crutch, followed by Councillor Cassar, or they were backwards. So Councillor Cassar and then Councillor Crutch. So we are now going to vote on the report as amended, please. And that will be an electronic vote as well. Vote is up. That vote carries 10-0. Thank you, committee. We are now back to 8.4. 8.4 is PED 25106, which is the application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 120 Wentworth Street North in Ward 3. We do have staff available, Amna Amir and Jennifer Caterino, for a presentation. Would committee like to see it? Committee would. So may I please ask Jennifer and or Amna to come on down to the podium, please.
Good morning, Chair, members of committee staff, and members of the public. My name is Amna Amir, and I'm a planner with the city's Heritage and Urban Design section of the Planning Division. Today, I will be presenting the zoning bylaw amendment application for lands located at 120 Wentworth Street North in Hamilton. I'll walk through the key components of staff report PED 25106 and highlight our recommendation. The subject lands are outlined in yellow on this slide. They front onto Wentworth Street North, Cannon Street East, and Huntley Street, and cover about 0.21 hectares in area. The site currently contains an institutional building used by the Wentworth Baptist Church. The west side features a 101-year-old sanctuary, and the east side contains remnants of an 1870s stone house and a 1920s Sunday school with apartments on the second floor. Surrounding the site, as you can see, are single detached dwellings. This slide shows the location map of the subject lands. The site is currently zoned I2 Neighborhood Institutional, which does not permit a multiple dwelling. The application proposes to rezone the land to a site-specific C5 mixed-use medium-density zone with several modifications. These include to preserve the front and side brick facades of the 1924 sanctuary if the building is enlarged or extended, to limit uses to residential and small-scale local commercial, to reduce front, rear, and interior side yard setbacks, and finally to align the principal entrance of the new addition with the existing sanctuary entrance. This slide shows the concept plan. The proposed development will adaptively reuse a portion of the existing place of worship to introduce a 4-story building with 50 affordable studio apartments and supportive services. The proposal includes 14 parking spaces. 13 of these spaces will be located in a parking garage at the rear of the site. Further, 221 square meters of amenity space is provided through indoor areas and an outdoor rooftop terrace. Additionally, 40 bicycle spaces are provided, 35 of which will be located in a sheltered parking garage. This slide provides some elevations. On the top half is the western elevation, and this would be the view from the residences located along Wentworth Street North. The bottom half shows the east elevation, and this would be the view from the dwellings located on Huntley Street. This slide shows the southern elevation at the top. This would be the view from the dwellings located on Cannon Street East, and the bottom half shows the northern elevation. This is located at the rear of the site. Lastly, this is another perspective view looking west, showing the sanctuary. This would be the actual view from the residences located on Wentworth Street North. So next slides offer a virtual tour of the site and surrounding context. So here we have the existing building showing 3 distinct structures. So to the west along here where the tree is, that is the main sanctuary building, which was built in 1924. In the center is the 1993 addition, which replaced the original entry porch and bay window of the 1870 stone house. And to the east on the end is the former Sunday school, which was built in 1928. This is out front of the subject lands looking east down Cannon Street East. It's not moving. Yeah, it's not. Oh, okay. And then this is out front of the subject land, so opposite the property, looking onto the dwellings on Cannon Street East. This is the sanctuary. So turning back to the property, this is a closer view and showing the mature tree intended to be retained. This is a view looking west down Cannon Street East. And our final stop is the southwest corner of the site, looking north onto Wentworth Street North. Before wrapping up, I'd like to note that based on the revised water main hydraulic analysis prepared by SEMA dated March 31st, 2025, development engineering staff have reviewed it and are able to support the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. As a result, planning is no longer recommending the holding provisions related to servicing. And to conclude this presentation, staff are recommending approval of the subject zoning bylaw amendment application because it is consistent with the provincial planning statement and conforms to the urban Hamilton official plan. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Amna. Speakers list is open. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you so much for the overview and presentation today. Appreciating the last note about removing the holding provision as it relates to the hydraulics piece. I was wondering if staff could comment on the remaining of the holding provisions and whether or not those provisions could be satisfied in terms of our regulatory requirements or other requirements from the Planning Act perspective within the site plan.
Through the chair, I'll refer to the bench.
Through the chair to the councillor, those two provisions were placed on for making sure that the applicants were provided that information. To answer your question, though, those regulatory provisions can be addressed through a site plan application.
Thank you so much.
Wait, Acting Director, you just got to say your name.
Sorry, Rymal Delvello, Acting Director of Development Planning.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that response. And so you referenced, through you, Chair, both holding provisions. So staff would be satisfied if both holding provisions were removed today and dealt with through the site plan process?
If the request of the planning committee is to remove those and push them towards site plan, then the staff are willing to adhere to that and put them through site plan if the request is there.
Thank you.
If I would, sorry, just not to interrupt. As long as the applicant clearly acknowledges that they will be requirements at the site plan stage, there's always the concern that if they sell the property, hence that's why we put the holding provision. But if the applicant is in agreement and acknowledgement that we are deferring it, or it will be site-specific special conditions of site plan approval, then staff have no issues or concern with removing them from the holding provision at this point in time. That is the will of committee and council. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think that is absolutely a requirement and also a thumbs up on the part of the proponent as far as I understand. So no further questions at this time, though I would like to reserve the right for comments when we get to the vote.
I'm pausing for dramatic effect to see if there's any other speakers. Oh, Councillor Kassar, see you were.
Just clarification on the holding provisions. I know we're talking to the report, but I think the first two, as part of the presentation, dealing with the hydraulic piece of it are removed, if I am correct, and then 3 and 4 were just dealt with in the request by Councillor Nan. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page there, because it was 4 holding provisions, and it sounds like it would potentially be 0.
Through the chair, yes, the holding provisions related to servicing are removed. That's confirmed by development engineering and planning staff. And the cultural heritage piece will be a future condition of approval at site plan control stage if requested by the applicant.
Perfect, thank you. So seeing as there are no other speakers. Okay, seeing as there's no other speakers, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation? Councillor Nan, Councillor Kassar. This is a show of hands, please. That looks like everyone, and that vote carries. So on now, we do have Caitlin Gillis from Landwise, but also Sylvia Harris from Flourish that are here. So I wonder if we could, I don't know if Sylvia, you wanted to come down and speak too. So we'll bring you down with Caitlin at the same time, because then Caitlin will go first, and then I understand Sylvia will just have quick little comments at the end of that. So Caitlin, you know the drill. Thanks for being here.
Great.
Good morning, Chair, members of committee, staff, members of public. My name is Caitlin Gillis, Senior Planner at Landwise, and we are the agents on behalf of Indwell Community Homes. And as mentioned, with me I have Sylvia Harris, who is a manager of Manager of Development at Flourish. So first, I would like to thank staff and really give a highlight to the commitment and collaboration that they've had on this file to get us to the public meeting today. I will give kudos. We're about 30 days ahead of the statutory timelines for rezoning. So thank you very much specifically to Amna and Jennifer for the staff report, which we have reviewed and do support the recommendation, including the removal of the holdings, which I can discuss a little bit further. So as Amna gave a great presentation, I'm just going to skip through and just highlight. So here's a preliminary landscape plan, which generally is a concept plan identifying a little bit more green on the site. So that light gray portion is the retained sanctuary. One component of this redevelopment for Indwell that was very important was to maintain space that could continue to be used by the community. So although its primarily function will be amenity and programming space for the Indwell tenants, it still will be accessible to the Wentworth Baptist congregation as well as other community groups that would like to use that space. And then the darker gray areas are the new building additions, which will be built to passive house standards. And here is some preliminary rendering. So we are still working on the final materiality of the proposed addition, and that will be worked through at site plan between urban design, cultural heritage, and of course our design team. And here I just wanted to highlight the public consultation that has gone into this project. So Indwell started their partnership with the Wentworth Baptist back in May of 2022, and they started to introduce themselves as neighbors within the neighborhood and continued that engagement with key stakeholders in the community, including the Barton Street BIA, the Lansdale-Gibson Neighborhood Planning Team, and of course Wentworth Baptist Church. And then finally, we hosted a community meeting at the end of August where we had about 39 people in attendance. So in conclusion, again, we support staff's recommendation, and part of my script today was actually to request the removal of the heritage holding. So compliments, thank you, Councillor Nan, for going ahead with that request respectfully. And the removals of the holding coupled with the all-for-one site planning process, which I understand is in pilot, has been a really great success for affordable housing timelines. And it's very much appreciated on the applicant side, and we're looking forward to going through that process to get shovels in the ground for some much-needed affordable housing in Hamilton. And with that, I will pass it over to Sylvia.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Chair, for inviting me to speak. My name is Sylvia Harris, and I'm a development manager with Flourish, and we are the development consultant for Indwell Community Homes, and I'm joined by my colleague, Emily Power, in the gallery, and Jessica Brand, who's a director of programs for Hamilton. I just want to acknowledge that Jessica and Councillor Nan just came from our groundbreaking up the street for Acorn Flats, the third phase of that. And it's very exciting. We're so pleased to be in the ground for that project. Jessica did mention how cold it was, and just for an hour groundbreaking, and just a reminder, these conditions are even more a reason why we need this kind of housing for folks that are in them for their lives. I just wanted to also piggyback on the thanks to staff in particular for moving this project through lots of complications. We bought this property in 2021 from the church and went through many iterations of the design and exploration and community consultation to get to the design that you see today to meet the needs of the affordable housing program, the financial viability that requires the meets meets the needs of the community in terms of design and integration to the neighborhood, meets the needs of the church, who has been meeting there for a century and a half. Unfortunately, Sean McGuire, the pastor of the church, had his conflict at noon and had to leave, but I just wanted to draw attention to his letter of support in the written support letters. And also, at the same time, we were doing our best to preserve as much of the existing structure as possible. So thanks to Heritage Planning staff for working with us on getting through that process. We also want to thank the Housing Secretariat, Jeff Wingard and Justin Lewis, for their continued support through the funding programs that are new this year to continue this project along towards building permit. Without that, we couldn't have continued on in the development process, and just all the larger work that they are doing to bring affordable housing to Hamilton. And just piggybacking on Councillor Nan's recommendation to have the holding provision removed for the heritage. Not only is it a helpful item in terms of eliminating extra process where it's not needed if we can resolve it through site plan, but it's a critical component of our funding request to CMHC. They are on hold right now while the federal election is underway, but they're going to be back to work after that is completed. And if there's any questions around our zoning, that will delay our application even further. And they are the bedrock of our financial ability to bring this housing to bear. So the cleaner we can make the zoning, the better and more chance of success and speed of success to start construction on this project, which we hope will be this year. So again, thanks to you all for consideration, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Speakers list is open. I do recognize Councillor Nan, followed by Councillor Cassar. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for your overview and presentation, and honestly, your collaboration and action through being among those providers in our community that are part of the solution to our housing crisis right now and delivering deeply affordable as well as supportive housing. I also want to acknowledge that the work that is being done by our city staff in collaboration through planning, through the Housing Secretariat, along with our providers, means that you all have to actually do things faster too, right? And so as much as we're streamlining our process and we're trying to get our ability in place as a municipality to enable these projects to come forward, it also means that our proponents are operating very quickly as well. And some of those requirements take a few more weeks to get into flow. So I'm appreciative of all your submissions to staff as you've been working in a very collaborative way there. And yeah, just really appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Cassar, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation of the project. Excellent project, fully supportive. Chair, I just had a question for Caitlin to elaborate a little more. You deliberately called out the better process and the quicker timelines. So maybe if you could just rewind a little bit for committee and the public, just to put some color to that, to what's changed and how much faster was it, so we can just fully appreciate what you were talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, through the chair, and happy to look to the bench for support on the answer. But as an applicant on this side of the desk, it's been great in working with them when issues are identified right up front as part of the complete application review, that direct communication is had, so we can have those conversations, and if we need to update a report and resubmit for review, we're able to do that. And then the one process that I have highlighted is the all-for-one site planning process, which is in pilot, but it has really, I think, taken the responsibility of the applicant to make sure we're doing, of course, quality submissions, but then helping the city's team and departments and development review team prioritize these affordable housing projects, recognizing that oftentimes the funding that is awarded to these projects are held to very, very tight timelines that are, when you first see them, they don't really seem that realistic. But again, with that collaboration and supporting both sides of the desk, we're able to achieve. And I think it's been a great success. And we're really looking forward to putting this project through that process.
Thank you. Any other comments of our delegates? Seeing none, thank you both very much. I do need a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation from the agent. So I have Councillor Nan and Councillor Kassar. This is a hand vote, please. So may I have hands? Looks like everyone. All right, that vote carries. Thank you. I am so sorry that Pastor Sean McGuire had to leave. So please relay my sincere apologies for that. But we did see him in the crowd, so I'm thankful that he was here to bring on the support. Are there any other members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? We do have one right now. So Sal is going to come and meet you at the podium. He needs to get your name and contact information. And just to let you know, you do have 5 minutes. What you'll hear is you'll hear a ding at the 4-minute mark and then a second ding at the 5-minute mark. By that point, you'll see me gesturing wildly for you to wrap up. So hopefully you can just also state your name just so that we have that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mariana Healy. I'm a homeowner on Huntley Street, so the small residential street on the east of the proposed development. So I just brought a few notes, but as mentioned, very much appreciate the need for affordable housing. Really excited to see this happening in my area. I'm very appreciative of Indwell coming to the neighborhood. I know they do fantastic work, and some of the projects in my neighborhood are really beautiful. So very excited, very much in support of this. I'm here really on a singular issue of a really mature tree on the Huntley side that looks like it will be from the architectural renderings removed, and just sort of wanted to be here to advocate to consider that tree. So on Huntley, we're a very, very small street. There's very little nature as it is, and there is a large deciduous tree on the eastern side of the proposed development. You can see it actually in photo 1 I saw of Emna's presentation. So just wanted to advocate, if there is an opportunity, given Hamilton's biodiversity plan and climate action plan and the need for beautification in our area, that this is one of the only really mature trees that's taller than 40 feet in our area. And I'm not an expert in any way, but to me it looks like a healthy tree. So I have a twofold ask, just to advocate for maybe an assessment of the health of that tree, and if it is healthy, to modify the building proposal in a way that could accommodate the tree to stay there. And I know lots of work has gone in. I can hear from the city and from Landwise and all that, and I appreciate the need to move this forward and to get community members housed, but just wanted to bring that forward if it hasn't been considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers list is open. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for coming down to delegate. It's always great when residents do take the opportunity to participate in the planning process this way, and really honoring the way in which you contextualized your notes as well, as somebody who is committed in our community to see good things for everyone. So on the slide on Huxley side, Marianne, you mentioned the the deciduous tree that is the oldest tree on the block?
No, sorry, I don't mean to say it's
okay. And you had mentioned, you had referenced a particular slide where we could see it in the staff presentation. Can you just clarify again which slide?
It was the slide with photo 1 from the city staff presentation.
Got it.
Slide 9 of 16.
Thank you.
So in that side, it's on the right side.
Okay, so the one that's on the side on Huxley versus the one that's at the front of the church.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I just wanted to really be very clear about which tree you're talking about. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of our delegate at all? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming. You must have heard my very emphatic, you on YouTube. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So I'm going to ask 2 more times. Are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Okay, seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder for 1, that the public submission regarding this matter be received and considered by committee, so there are several written correspondences as well, that the public meeting is closed. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Nan and Councillor Taddison. I will need your vote electronically, please, for this. Vote is up. Vote carries 10-0. Thank you so much. Now on the report recommendations, I need a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations, please. Councillor Nan and then Councillor McMeekin, but a speaker's list is open. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and appreciative of staff and acknowledging the ability to remove the holding provisions as General Manager, Acting General Manager Robichaud had mentioned, with the caveat that those requirements are met within the site plan, and hearing that affirmed by the proponent in their presentation today as well. So at this time, I'd like to move that the recommendations be approved, however, that the holding provisions be removed.
So Clerk, do we need to make that as an amendment then to have all of those holding provisions removed, or is that okay to go forward as is?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
So Councillor Nana said, moving forward with approval of the recommendations, however, to have the holding provisions removed from the recommendation. So is that an amendment, or could we just do it the way that she just said?
I would first defer to planning staff.
Through the chair to the councillor, sorry, give me 1 second. Recommendation B is the one that refers to the holding provisions. So I would, and maybe looking to Ms. Kelsey to confirm, but that recommendation be removed and that the remaining recommendations would be renumbered.
Okay.
So we'd just proceed as to amend the report
So
recommendation.
then we don't need a vote though for the amendment? Oh, we still need a vote to amend.
We're going to
Okay.
consider that an amendment.
Okay, so I hope committee is clear. We are now removing item B from the recommendation. And that way, we do need a seconder for Councillor Nant for that to move forward. Councillor McMeekin. Okay, and then I need an electronic vote on the amendment, which is to remove B from the recommendation, please. Failed to ask if there was any debate or commentary on the amendment. Sorry about that. I just wanted to double check. I've crossed all my T's and dotted all my I's. Okay, no debate. Votes up. So thank you. Votes up, please. And this is on the amendment. And that vote carries 10-0. We are now on to the report as amended, which includes everything but B. And we do have a mover and a seconder. So I do have a speakers list on the report as amended. And so Councillor Nan, did I finish chatting with you about this?
Thank you, Chair. Again, this is an opportunity to deliver 50 affordable and supportive housing units in our city. It is one of the projects that has been council approved and ratified through our Secretariat's affordable housing project stream. It is also benefiting through the all-for-one approach. We've heard about the ability to bring in this state or this juncture of approval 30 days in advance. We really are demonstrating through these recommendations the municipality's commitment to be part of the solution and make sure that affordable housing is getting built in our community. So just again, thank you again to all the staff on the city side through the Housing Secretariat and Planning Division working in this collaborative way with our proponents to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks. I'm pleased to speak to this in what now seems like a previous lifetime. I had the pleasure on more than one occasion of describing Dwell is the best provider of social housing in the province. I continue to believe that that's the case. Their commitment to and modeling of collaboration and partnership is just phenomenal. It's exactly what's needed to move all kinds of projects forward. And I'm particularly pleased to see the church involvement. It's said that faith is based on the premise that something's demanded of us. And more and more faith communities are embracing, making substantial alterations to their form and style of ministry. This being a great example. So kudos to the church, kudos to Indwell, and kudos to the city and the staff who have worked collaboratively to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On to Councillor Cassar, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. As I said before, fully supportive. Just wanted to ask on behalf of the delegate who's just left chambers, but just to staff to comment on that, what the next steps might be about her advocacy for that tree. It looks like it's also visible on photo 3, just for reference, which is slide 11. So just, is there anything at this point in time staff could say about next steps and what that delegate could expect to hear or see in the future? Thank you.
Director Del Bello.
Through the chair to the councillor, looking at the landscape plan that was provided through the application, it was indicated that those trees in question were fair to poor condition. So they were recommendation for removal of those trees. With regards to the landscape plan, it's going to be put forward through the site plan process. We will make sure that there are trees could be placed in locations where they can grow and they will prosper to a nice large tree on the site. So we'll keep in contact with that delegate through the site plan process, which is the next step in the evolution of this project.
Yeah, thank you very much for that overview. Appreciate it.
Any other speakers on this particular report as amended? Okay. Seeing none, let's go to a vote, please. And I think that this vote is on eScribe. Vote is up. And that vote carries 10-0. Thank you. We are now at a fork in the road. Do we want to eat or do we want to keep on hammering through? Oh, there was very emphatic shaking of heads. So I think we will take a 30-minute recess to have, actually, let's go with till 1 o'clock. So it's 12:21. So that way it's a nice round number. Yes. Do I need a vote for that? I feel like it's something that as a chair I can just do, right? Okay. All right, Councillor Cassar and Councillor Beattie, and hand vote. Looks like that's everyone, including Councillor Alex Wilson out in Dundas. Okay, thank you. We will see you all back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we are a minute late. Sorry about that. But thank you all. We are back and we have quorum. And I see Councillor, the Wilsons are both online. So thank you, Wilsons, for also being here. We are now on to 8.6, which is PED 25097, application for a draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 238, 240, and 242 Highland Road West in Stony Creek, Ward 9. Michael Fiorina is here. So committee, do we want to see or waive this presentation? Councillor Kretsch, waive the presentation? Okay, do I need to have a seconder with that one? Councillor Kassar. And then this is a hand vote to waive the staff presentation. That looks like everyone, there's an extra, Councillor McMeekin is extra waiving, so that's like adding on there. So, okay, sorry, Michael. But we do have Stephanie Mertich from MHBC Planning here today, and I think that she's online. Stephanie, are you around? Hi, Stephanie.
Good afternoon, Councillor.
Do you want to make your presentation then? You're welcome to. Go ahead.
Sure, I'm happy to give a brief presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Just bear with me for a moment while I pull up my slides here. Okay, hopefully you guys can see that. So thank you everyone, Stephanie Murdich, planner with MHBC Planning. I'm here today on behalf of Lozani Homes and also two additional landowners, the Sundines and the Sarkozys. There are three applications or three addresses as part of this application, specifically 238, 240, and 242 Highland Road West. We are looking to have an application for a draft plan of subdivision approved today by committee. So just briefly, the subject lands are part of what I would call a larger comprehensive development along the Carlson Street extension, which will connect from the existing Carlson Street to the east over to Second Road on the west. Previously, there was an application approved for approximately 21 single and semi-detached dwellings. Those are the lots shown here in yellow. Those lots are now registered and construction has begun on those units in yellow. The lands subject to the application today are shown in red. We are proposing to create basically one residential block, which I will just share briefly here. One residential block along Carlson Street, which will allow for the future development of 5 to 7 units. The three existing dwellings along Highland Road, so there's 242, 240, and 238, are all proposed to remain and essentially have the rear portion of these deep lots severed off to create new residential lots along Carlson Street. The net density will be in the range permitted by the secondary plan. Overall, the application conforms to the official plan and the secondary plan. So that maximum density of 29 units will be maintained. And these lots are now part of the R1 zoning in 05200. So this is just a detailed lotting concept plan that shows what our client is looking at constructing. Currently looking at 5 single detached dwellings, so those are lots 3 through 7, and 2 semi-detached dwellings as lots 1 and 2. And that is similar and consistent with both, I would say, the existing residential in the neighborhood and what's planned as part of the remainder of the infill subdivision. Just some conceptual design images. On the top are 2 examples of the semi-detached product, and on the bottom, single detached. As part of the draft plan of subdivision application, we worked with staff. We did have a formal consultation, and we submitted planning justification letter, functional servicing and stormwater, geotechnical, archaeological assessment, and an arborist and tree protection plan, as well as a landscape plan. So those items have been completed, submitted, and reviewed by staff. So in summary, the application for the draft plan of subdivision is consistent with the provincial planning statement. It also does conform to the Urban Hamilton official plan and the West Mountain area secondary plan. So today staff recommend approval of the subdivision with draft plan conditions, and we are supportive of that recommendation. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your presentation. Speakers list is open. I'm pausing for dramatic effect and waiting. Okay. Seeing none. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for your delegation. I do note that you are in support of the staff report. So now we need a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation from the agent, please. Councillor Kassar, Councillor Beattie. And I will need a hand vote, please. That looks like everyone's in. That vote carries. Thank you. We are asking members of the public now. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third time, are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Okay, seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder that 1, there were no public submissions received regarding this matter, and 2, that this public meeting is closed. Councillor Kassar, Councillor Beattie? Yes. Okay, I need your vote on eScribe, please. I know. Trying to be very clear and consistent. And the vote is up. I follow the roadmap to a T. Vote carries 10-0. Thank you. Now we are on to the report recommendations. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations, please? Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Beattie. Any comments, questions, concerns on this report recommendation? I think that's it then. So let's go to the vote on eScribe, please. And the vote is up. Michael, you wrote a great report. No questions on that. And that vote carries 10-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to 8.7, which is PED 25081, application for a zoning bylaw amendment application for lands located at 87 to 109 Ashley Street, and this is in Ward 3. Would committee like to see the staff presentation? All right, so Alana, I think you might be okay. All right. Now, I do need a mover and a seconder to at least waive the staff presentation. So Councillor Nan, Councillor Beattie. No? It's to waive the presentation. Waiving the presentation. No, nobody wants to see it. I mean, not that it's not a beautiful report because it is attached to eScribe. Alana, don't take any offense to, okay, awesome. All right, so we just need a hand vote for waiving the staff presentation, please. Cool, that looks like everyone, so that vote carries. So we are going on to Craig Rowe with GSB Group, and he is in attendance today coming down to the podium. Craig, we are looking forward to your presentation. Or, yeah.
Pardon me? No, and thank you, Madam Chair, and just taking my cue from the committee. We did have a slide deck. I have a zip drive with some images if they happen to be helpful, but I'm more than happy to get into the questions. But I guess just some comments if I could. First, really appreciate staff's assistance with this file. It's been going for some time, first initiated in 2021, and we're very happy to see that it's come forward for a positive recommendation today. We have no concerns with staff's recommendation or the holding provisions that have been applied.
I appreciate that. Speakers list is open. Okay. Sal gives me a really big nod. He's like, or shake. He's like, no, okay. All right, Craig, it looks like there are no questions. So thank you so much for being here and your colleague. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And so I do need a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation from the agent, Councillor Nan, Councillor Kretsch. Again, this is a hand vote to receive this delegation. Hand vote, please. Looks like everyone. Awesome, that vote carries. Now, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third and last time, are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Okay. Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder that one, that the public submissions were received and considered by committee, so committee should note that there is one written submission, and that two, that the public meeting is closed. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Kassar and Councillor Nan. And this is an e-scribe vote to close the public meeting, please. Vote is up. Councillor Travis? Yes. And that vote carries 10-0. We are now on to the report recommendations. I do need a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations. Councillor Nan and Councillor Crutch? Yes. Questions, comments, concerns on the report recommendations, please. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you to our staff. The written submission does speak to sunlight, loss of sunlight in their backyard, loss of privacy to the adjacent neighborhood that would be backing the property site in application. And if staff could please comment to how those issues are mitigated through the city process and through the conversations with the developer. Thank you.
Through the chair, it's Elena Baldessera, planner on the West team. So in terms of the application, a sun shadow study was provided by the applicant at the zoning stage, which reviewed the impacts to both the rear yards of all the neighboring low-density residential uses. And staff determined that there was no negative significant change to the amount of sunlight that those rear yards would obtain. And the detailed design would be the site plan stage where those final step backs and setbacks would be reviewed to confirm no significant impact.
Thank you so much. And so through you for public confirmation that there is one more step remaining that will get into the details of the final design, at which point city staff will continue their due diligence around making sure that the requirements that need to be met at that time will be, including more detailed analysis around sun impact to the adjacent backyards, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, at the site plan control stage.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns on this report? Okay, seeing none, we do have a mover and a seconder, so may I have your vote on e-scribe, please? And the vote is up. Vote is carried 10-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to 8.8, which is PED 25063, applications for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 1278 Old Highway 8 in Flamborough, Ward 12. We do have Dhruv Mehta. Yes, Dhruv is here today. Would committee like to see the presentation? No. All right, I do need a mover and a seconder to waive the staff presentation. Councillor Kassar, Councillor Crutch. This is a hand vote. May I have a hand vote on this? Looks like we got everyone. Thank you, that vote carries. Thank you, Dhruv. We do have James Thomas from AJ Clark and Associates in attendance today. James, are you here? Oh, fantastic. James, come on down to the podium, please.
Good morning, committee. My name is James Thomas, a certified planning technician and land use planner with AJ Clark and Associates.
speaking on behalf of the owner and applicant at 1278 Old Highway 8 in Sheffield. So the site is the former Sheffield Presbyterian Church, originally constructed in 1891. Here you can see the aerial location of the property within the Sheffield Rural Settlement area. A survey of the subject land showing the existing conditions. It's important to note no physical changes are proposed to the site in these applications. All changes are internal to the building. As per the Greenbelt plan mapping, the site is located within the hamlet settlement of Sheffield. That is reiterated in the Rural Hamilton Official Plan, which further designates lands as settlement institutional within the Sheffield Rural Settlement Plan area. The site is in the Sheffield Cultural Heritage Landscape, which includes several pre-Confederation buildings. The site is an inventory property, but is not designated. Here you can see the existing zoning of the subject lands as Settlement Institutional S3 zone. So just to recap on the project's history, the property was acquired in 2017 when the owner saw the existing vacant church as an opportunity to provide a home for their family while conserving a beautiful building. They began renovating the interior of the building to accommodate the family, and in August of 2019, the City of Hamilton issued an order to comply, as no change of use permit was acquired and unknown to the client. Unfortunately, a change of use permit could not be issued or even applied for until the use of a residential dwelling was permitted, and so a formal consultation was held where city staff outlined that the additional use would not be permitted without an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to redesignate and rezone the lands to settlement residential. These applications were submitted and deemed complete March 27, 2024. Now, since then, we and the applicants have worked diligently with city staff in planning, cultural heritage, building division, and source water protection to respond to any concerns that were brought forward. An alternative solutions agreement was made with the building division to permit the continued use of the existing holding tank, which was inspected and deemed to be in excellent condition, and the holding tank was deemed the most appropriate wastewater management system to continue occupation of subject lands. This agreement required the relocation of the well, which has been installed. To support the agreement, source water protection required an addendum to the hydrogeological report and additional water quality and quantity testing of the new relocated well to ensure safe and adequate services. These were provided and source water protection was satisfied. So the application before you should be rather straightforward. The applicant seeks permission to make the existing building their home. The Rural Settlement Official Plan Amendment would redesignate the lands within the Sheffield Rural Settlement area from institutional to residential, and it includes a site specific to permit the continued use of the holding tank I was just speaking about. The zoning bylaw amendment would rezone the lands from settlement institutional S3 to site-specific settlement residential S1 916. The bylaw ensures that the conservation of the existing church building will be maintained while setting performance standards that recognize the existing conditions of lot size and the existing building. So a real quick overview, both city planning staff and ourselves have agreed that the amendments have regard for the Planning Act, are consistent with the Provincial Planning Statement 2024, conform to the Greenbelt Plan policies, conform to the policies of the Rural Hamilton Official Plan, and subsequently the Sheffield Rural Settlement Area policies, and maintain the intentions of the Hamilton Zoning Bylaw 05200. There are some items of consideration in reviewing the policy. The proposed use and development is permitted within the Sheffield Hamlet Rural Settlement Area. It will provide an additional housing unit through adaptive reuse of an existing and vacant institutional site while conserving the built and cultural heritage of the site and cultural heritage landscape. It reduces waste through the reuse of the existing building and infrastructure and maintains the existing vegetation and provides safe private water and wastewater services. Now, we are in support of staff's recommendation approval, but we would look to remove holding provision 187. This was requested by planning staff and requires the submission of a building permit to facilitate the intended residential use. The applicant has worked quickly since the holding provision was proposed to have the required building permit submitted for review, and we thank staff for their diligence and support in that. This submission was recognized by planning staff member Reno DeBello, with the information further supplied to the remaining staff on file. And therefore, there is no longer a need to include the proposed holding provision 187. In conclusion, the proposed amendments have regard for the Planning Act, consistent with the policies of the PPS 2024, conform to the policies of the Greenbelt Plan, the Rural Hamilton Official Plan, and Sheffield Rural Settlement Area Plan. These amendments maintain the intent of the Hamilton Zoning Bylaw 05200. The development consists of the adaptive reuse of an existing institutional and heritage inventory building within a cultural heritage landscape to provide an additional housing unit in an appropriate location. There will be no undue financial burden on the province or municipality, as the development will not require any changes to infrastructure, and there are no undue hazards generated by the proposed development. Private water and wastewater systems are sufficiently supported. It is our opinion that the application should be approved with the removal of proposed holding provision 187, as this has already been applied. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for your presentation. You did say that you are in support, but is it contingent on the provision, holding provision being removed, or are you, I just want to get some clarity.
Yes, we would be seeking the removal of holding provision 187, as the owner and applicant has met the requirements of applying for the permit necessary.
Okay, so we'll take that and just, okay, thank you. Speakers list is open. Do we have any questions, comments for this speaker? Councillor Kassar, please.
Yeah, just real quick, thank you for the presentation. Great adaptive reuse project, and I'll ask staff the question about the holding provision.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much, James. We are going to move, I need a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation from the agent, please. Councillor Kassar and Councillor Beatty. This is a hand vote, so may I have your vote, please? Looks like everyone. Awesome, and that vote carries. So now we are going to ask, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And lastly, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Seeing none, I'll need a mover and a seconder that the public submissions in the staff report regarding this matter be received and considered by committee, and that two, that the public meeting be closed. Councillor Kassar and Councillor Taddison. This is a e-scribe vote, please. May I have your vote electronically? Vote is up. That vote carries 10-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to the report recommendations. I do need a mover and a seconder to at least put the report on the floor and approve the report recommendations. Councillor Kassar and Councillor Kretsch. Now, questions? Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Chair, and through you, just a question to staff about the holding provision. It's 2B in the recommendation from staff, so just wanted to get a response to the agent's request and the status.
Rymal Delbello, Acting Director of Development Planning, through the chair to the councillor. We received late yesterday afternoon confirmation from the chief building official that the applicant has applied for a building permit as per the provision of that holding, so the holding can be removed.
Excellent. So if there are other speakers,
Currently, no.
okay, then I would just like to move the amendment then to remove, I think it would be 2B, because that's where the holding provision is, if that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, and I do need a seconder for that, Councillor Kretsch. And I don't think we need to talk any more about that.
Just confirmation that that's the correct amendment is to remove recommendation B from section 2.
Director Fayback, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct.
Okay, excellent. So we have that confirmed. We do have a mover and a seconder. May I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. That vote carries 10-0. Now on the report as amended, same mover and a seconder. Well, I've already put the mover and seconder on. Any questions, comments on the report as amended, please? Seeing none, may I have the vote electronically, please? Vote is up. I thought I saw Councillor Alex Wilson with a thumbs up. Okay, so that vote carries 10-0. Perfection, everyone. Let us move on to item 9. Items for consideration. This is 9.1 PED 24175A. The implementation of changes to Section 41 of the Planning Act, and this is for site plan approval in response to Provincial Bill 185. Mark Keeler is here. Would committee like to see the presentation or waive the presentation, the staff presentation? Yes to seeing the presentation. So Mark, please come on down if you could. And we're looking forward to your presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of committee, staff, members of the public in attendance. My name is Mark Kaler. I am the program lead for the site plan team in the planning division. And I'm presenting, this is a follow-up report regarding implementation of changes to Section 41 of the Planning Act, site plan approval in response to Provincial Bill 185. Specifically, I'm reporting back on proposed lapsing provisions for site plan approvals that are being modified in response to consultation with the development industry. So just a bit of background. I mentioned this is a follow-up report on April 18th, 2024. Planning Committee approved a new site plan control bylaw that implemented a number of changes that were required due to changes to the Planning Act made by the province through Bill 185. During that Planning Committee meeting, staff were directed to consult further with the development industry on one item, which was the introduction of lapsing provisions for site plan approvals. So with that direction, we held a special in-person development industry liaison group at City Hall on November 8th, 2024. We took that feedback as received and developed some revised lapsing provisions that we brought back to the development industry on January 20, 2025 at our development, through our development industry liaison group. So just some further information on lapsing provisions. What are they? Why are we proposing them? So the provincial legislation allows us to apply a timeline to site plan approvals after which that approval would lapse and a reapplication would be required. So in the city of Hamilton, what that means is that we give our applicants a list of conditions that after the initial submission that they need to clear before they can obtain final site plan approval and then proceed with a building permit. They would need to clear those conditions within our lapsing timelines or a new application would be required. So the province, they provided this tool as a way to address stalled development, so to try and incentivize developers to move forward with their developments in a timely manner. In addition, for the city, there's administrative challenges that lapsing addresses. So, we use approved developments as part of our infrastructure planning. If approvals remain on the books for a long time and are not moving forward, it affects our ability to plan for infrastructure. In addition, there's the chance that during the approval timeline that policies within the city would change and that development would no longer reflect the city's intent. So this gives us an opportunity to lapse those approvals and come back with something that more aligns with city policy. In addition, because starting January 1st, 2020, the province allowed for development charges to be locked in on the date of application for site plan applications. Without lapsing, though, that lock-in date can remain indefinitely. With a lapsing provision, when the site plan application lapses, there's the opportunity to reapply and that lock-in date resets to the submission date of the new application. So these are the lapsing provisions that we had initially proposed in October 2024. We had proposed 3-year lapsing of our conditional site plan approvals. That's the shortest time period that was allowed under the provincial legislation. And we were going to allow for an additional one-time one-year extension subject to criteria in cases where that 3 years was not able to be met. We did not propose the lapsing of final site plan approval. That's the stage that happens after they clear all the conditions and before they obtain a building permit. And then we were going to provide for transition by giving an automatic one-year extension for existing conditional site plan approvals that had already passed or were nearing their lapsing date. So what we heard from in our consultation with the industry, firstly, for those applicants who have their development charges locked in, that was a component of their planning for their build out and their financial feasibility for their projects. So their input was that they required more time to adjust to these changes and the introduction of lapsing. And that was particularly the case because of the current uncertainty in the market and the financial conditions that they're facing. We also received feedback that delays obtaining final site plan approval and clearing conditions can sometimes be due to factors that are outside of the developer's control. Some examples were provincial approval processes related to record of site condition or other permits required from other agencies, as well as there can be delays if city infrastructure that is required to service the development is delayed, and that again is outside of the developer's control. And finally, there was a request from some developers of larger multi-phase, multi-tower developments, particularly in our downtown, that we reintroduce the phasing of conditional approvals. And what that would mean is that you get one conditional approval for the entire development, but you can clear conditions and move forward with only portions of the development at a time while maintaining that one site plan approval, as well as the lock-in date, if there is one that applies for development charges. So we took that feedback back, and before you today are revised lapsing provisions. They include, instead of one extension to the initial 3-year period, we're allowing for 2, subject to those same criteria. We want to see that they're, making progress on the file. And we've added some additional criteria to address concerns, including we will consider if there's outside agency approvals required and delays in city infrastructure installation. To address the concern for those with a DC lock and the need to adjust, we are proposing 6-year lapsing of conditional site plan approvals for those applications. To give them more time to finalize their approvals in the current market conditions. And then we are recommending the reintroduction of the phasing condition for all site plans. Again, that would allow them to move forward with individual portions of the development while maintaining one conditional site plan approval. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. The speakers list is open. I do recognize Councillor Crutch first.
Thanks. And so not sure if we can answer these questions or if it's specifically germane to the presentation or the report, but so I have a lot of concerns with this. And primarily my concerns with this with respect to the community improvement plan area downtown. We're doing this thing where we seem to be incentivizing people to build quickly, but now we seem to be also incentivizing people to lock in their development application as soon as humanly possible to store these development charges at a certain rate, or do other kinds of things that are beneficial. But there's absolutely now going to be a 6-year time period where between 2020 and 2025, so meaning up to 2031, people can just have a go and sit on the application for 6 years and lock those in without any pressure from the city to do anything with that. I think of things like the city center downtown, a project like that, which is at the heart of our city, that we can't do improvements around because we're waiting for the development to happen. And for folks who aren't in an urban core ward, that's my concern here. So how are you addressing this concern? Because there are so many developments now that are going to be locked in and tons of street safety improvements that can't be done now because we're waiting for the development to come to fruition. And so it's just kind of, in my opinion, it's just kind of holding the downtown hostage, frankly. I don't get it.
Yeah, so through the Through the chair to the councillor, I think it is a bit of a balancing act, and it is one of the reasons to bring back lapsing is going forward, it should incentivize developers to hopefully only apply for site plan when they're ready, when they know they're going to be able to implement the proposal within the time frame. What we heard from those existing developments that applied under the previous regime where you could lock in was that, you know, they've been planning kind of this whole time, or they've been operating on the basis that they have this lock-in in place and they would have some time to move forward. Again, some of these projects, like you're mentioning, are quite large. They have multiple towers. They're unlikely, according to the developers, to move forward all at once. So yeah, the feedback we received from them was that they needed more time to adjust, and that's what we tried to kind of balance with the 6 years. But I will clarify that 6 years is only for those applicants who didn't have the benefit of knowing about this at the beginning. So going forward after this, should this bylaw be approved, any downtown applications would be subject to the 3 years, not the 6, plus the 2 extensions, if that helps address the concern.
So it's 5 instead of 6. Not especially. If I understand this correctly, what I understand, if I could take this provision and I combine it with the incentive program for tax increment grants, what we could look at in a situation where someone is put forward an application today is it would be, my math's correct, 11 years before we saw the full tax impact if we gave someone an increment grant that would last over 5 years, plus the lapsing of 6 years, would mean that that piece of property wouldn't be tax generating at the full capacity of where the application said it would be on day one for 11 years.
I'm looking to if there's anyone here that could speak to the tax increment.
It doesn't seem that we have anybody that can speak to the tax increment. That might be, I don't know if we want to just come back to that. That might be under Norm's team with the SEPA. But, Director Payback, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, I can't speak to the increment, tax increment program, but I think just to kind of build on what Mr. Keeler said is that currently there is no lapsing provision. So this is incentive in a sense to put an end to applications that kind of languish for a long time. You know, the Planning Act allows a minimum of 3. This is to provide a little bit more flexibility for applications within a certain time frame to be able to have a little bit additional time. But the current situation we have right now is that there would be no lapsing to those site plans. So they could languish for decades, really, unless we were able to determine that there's been some significant policy changes or significant zoning changes that would require a revisit. So this is, as Mr. Keeler said, it's a balancing act between incentivizing and encouraging development, but not allowing site plans to remain active for long periods of time.
Through the chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have conditional site approval plans all the time. So as far as I'm aware, every single site plan goes through a conditional approval process. And those conditional approval processes are at our discretion to a certain extent. People can apply to revisit them if they don't meet the timelines in them. But as far as I understand it, those applications for extending the timelines for conditional site plan approvals are at the discretion of planning staff to some extent. I don't think it's just a matter of paying a fee every year indefinitely to keep that site plan going, or am I misunderstanding the situation entirely?
Through the chair, up until this point, Ken Coit, Director Heritage and Urban Design, to the councillor, we did not have the ability to lapse site plans for the past couple of years. We had an OLT hearing that we had to honor the Planning Act, which doesn't allow the lapsing. So for the past number of years, we've been in a situation where if somebody has a conditional approval, they have that conditional approval indefinitely. So this is may have been an oversight in the province's legislation, but from January 1st, 2020, until this point, until this bylaw passes, there is no lapsing. So in the past, we had been lapsing in the downtown through a bylaw that we had, I think, put in 2016, but that was struck down. So this corrects that problem.
Right, I'm not suggesting that this isn't an improvement from having nothing. What I'm saying, though, is that there are processes and policies in place, is my understanding, that if there's a conditional site approval and the conditions of the site approval aren't met, there's certain things that someone has to do to reapply for the conditional site approval, right? To extend that beyond the year. No, that's not the case anymore. That stopped happening in 2020.
No, through the chair, no, that's not the case. They just keep submitting to clear the conditions forever and ever.
I see,
It's
thank you.
the way it is now. We have no way to lapse or end their site plans.
Right.
In fact, when council made the decision, we had to send out to letters to over 80 site plans, conditional site plans that are just sitting and have had no activity for quite some time.
Right, so we finally have a tool, which I was excited about, because my point is we finally have a tool where we can actually impose some lapsing conditions on certain developments. But I guess my tension or my concern here is that we have these different programs operating at the City of Hamilton that when combined or when thought of together or try to incentivize developments to be done, we have, like what I'm saying to you is, if we had a condition here that said, okay, you can have one, but you can't have the other, that would make sense to me. You know, you have, you'd like to have this go on for 6 years or whatever it might be. Okay, but you can't, we're not going to also incentivize you to hurry up because you're not hurrying up. So the incentivization grant that you're going to get should be off the table in a situation like that where you make a choice. I either want to have more time to develop this property or I want to hurry up and do it. But in this current policy framework, as I understand it, and I could be wrong, this combination would allow there to be not a full realization of the tax increment, the taxes from a property for 11 years, potentially, because we'd have 6 years, then when it finally is done being built, then the tax increment grant starts at a sliding scale from, I think it's 50% down to 0 over the course of a 5-year period. So I'm just concerned about that.
Okay, through the chair, we have had discussions with Judy Lamb in relation to some of these larger projects. I can't really speak on her behalf, but it's my understanding that the phasing that we're proposing will give the flexibility to treat each phase as a development and may allow for more flexibility about when that tax increment facts and when we're treating projects as complete or not complete. So beyond that, I can't really share more. It hasn't been something that has been intertwined and really dealt with through this report. This is a Planning Act report.
Okay. You can't answer the question, you can't answer it. My other concern is just simply about the way that markets work in terms of how this stuff happens. And so what I think we're doing here as part of this is we're saying that when it is more financially viable, more profitable, I don't have the right jargon here, but whatever it might be, when it's a better financial picture for someone to develop, they can develop then. Meanwhile, that property remains under their ownership, it kind of sits there, and they can apply for this lapsing provision, and they can do something like staging. And so I understand that if we have multiple towers now, right, we could have all this different lapsing. Is there some kind of combinatory effect when we have, say, 3 towers, like an example, in the south part of Ward 2 that are being planned? So those three towers are being planned. Can someone lapse these things over an 18-year period?
Through the chair, the way this bylaw is written at the moment, no, they would have to reapply for different phases to be able to go for that length of time.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, I think we're talking about different elements. So site plan approval, once conditionally granted, is good forever now under the way the province has structured the Planning Act and as a result of OLT decisions. When you come in for a building permit, as it relates to development charges, if you're showing 3 towers and a podium parking, all development charges are required to be paid with the issuance of the first building permit. So the alternative is you have to apply for separate site plan applications when you're showing multiple towers on a project, because if you're showing 3 or 5 towers, even 2 towers, and you're only proposing under your first building permit to build the parking garage and 1 tower, you pay DCs on everything shown on those building plans. If they show 2 towers and the parking garage, when they come in for that first building permit, even if it's only for the first tower, they have to pay all their DCs. What we are saying under this program is that, right, there is a unfunded liability to the municipality because of the DC provisions. You know, we want to start figuring out how we manage that risk. And that's why essentially we're saying wanting to put a 6-year cap on those DCs. So because the site plan is good forever, they can come in and apply for their, they get their site plan approval, they're locking in development charge rates. We are trying to feel that we need to give a certain degree of, based on consultation with the industry, to be what is an appropriate time frame. And based on that consultation, we are saying a maximum period of 6 years. You are right that at any time between the day they receive conditional site plan approval and they start pulling that first building permit, you know, that they take up to 6 years, because then their DC rate resets. They will be looking at those tax incremental grants, which takes a 5-year period. But by having the DC window now being set at 6 years, that is the incentive for them to move on the project. As it relates to taxes, you are right, Councillor, that in the first 6 years, they may pay the taxes that they are currently paying. So if it's a vacant parking lot, it's assessed at whatever value, that will be the value they continue to pay. Once that building is, they apply for their the grants, once they start that construction and it gets reassessed, then the grant program will take effect, and when the gradual phase in that tax increment uplift. But that is one of the dilemmas that we face, though, is really how do we achieve that balance of working with the development industry? They're looking to minimize risk by knowing what their DC rates are when they go to market, and they're telling us by the time they do their application, they like to have the site plan conditionally approved so they have assurances when they are going to market and doing their pricing, and then it can take a significant period of time to get to their pre-sale targets if they're doing a multiple tower, 75% pre-sales before they can get the construction financing to advance the building permit, and somewhere along there they're probably going to have to go to MOE for an erase or for a record of site condition, which takes a year into that window as well. So it is about trying to achieve balance at the same time by having a defined hard sunset. That is part of the incentive to keep the project moving forward. Otherwise, we'd have situations where people will have site plans, they will evaluate at some crazy number, and nothing will ever happen. If they don't move forward within 6 years, then they have to reapply for a new site plan. Given the history of how development charges, unless the province changes the regime, they know that in 2 or 4 years' time, chances are development charges, because of the cost of construction, go up. The DCs will go up from 25 to 50% or whatever to reflect the new costs that we as a municipality incur. And that is their incentive, to work against that hard window of 6 years from the date of application to be paying their, to obtaining those building permits and paying their development charges. The TIF grant is that back-ended, but that would be most cases, that would be at the applicants, how quickly are they going to advance their project. I'm not sure if I answered your question, or just it's a lot of information, just trying to set the stage and the rationale in achieving the balance between what the development industry wants, minimizing risk to the municipality in terms of both from a financial unfunded liability, because these DCs are locked in, and if our costs are going up, we're not capturing full DC rates reflecting our costs, at the same time as managing the risk with the applicant in terms of advancing their project. Thank you.
Thanks. You did help separate those two things out for me. Very quickly, a last question, then I'll have some comments afterwards to make as a second-time speaker. But why not do a stepped or staged timeline for this instead of using 6 years as a sort of a movable target? What I mean by that is, I understand that for applications in 2020, you might want to do 6 years. I can understand logically why you'd want to do that. You want to have a date perhaps after today. So I get that. But why doesn't that window shrink as time moves on? I guess what I'm saying is, why are we suggesting that someone could put an application in today and have a 6-year lapse until 2031? Why not have that window be much shorter the closer we are to today? So having a kind of stepped or staged approach to this, so that the max is at 2027 or 2028 instead of 2031.
So through the chair, let me give a try to this. So we have a period from January 1st, 2020 until now, or we were hoping it would be in November, where what we've heard from the development industry is a kind of special case, because that's the point where the province locked in DCs and also said you can't lapse site plans. So essentially offered these people, they've built their performas and their financing based on that assumption. We're now taking that assumption away. And so this is only a one-time, this is just affecting those applications that have come in that period. And to be frank, because of the market over the past year and a half or so, maybe two, we have not got a lot of large multi-tower applications in. So we're not so much worried about ones coming in tomorrow or the next day. So we worked with the industry to try and find that balance. Some of them wanted 10 or 12 years. We came back with the idea of phasing to give them some flexibility about what they can do, and that 6-year kind of timeline. It will be a one-time only. Going forward, our plan is the 3 years and the 2 extra that will move things forward. The other thing we did hear from some of them quite clearly was that if we added this extra unexpected development charge that they hadn't built in, that they may in fact pull or not, or some of the projects they had planned would no longer be viable, and we would definitely be left with some empty lots or revisiting a lot of the kind of intensification projects. So we're trying to balance that risk given where the market is going. We all know it's gone very badly over the past 2 or 3 years. Hopefully it'll get better, and so we're trying to work with them to draw out that as what's a reasonable time so that hopefully a couple of these tower projects can still go, or we can still get 1 or 2 phases, and we're not left with some fallow properties for long for a reason that we could have helped with.
Thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor M. Wilson, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to staff. And I'm really pleased that we did engage with consultation further with the industry on this, and recognizing that tension and the susceptibility to the market's going to market. I've been listening intently, just a very direct answer specifically, and I think you have answered it throughout this conversation, but specifically to that which is referenced in the West End Home Builders letter, I think requesting multiple phases, specifically for the public. I'll just read from it. Staff support reintroducing the phasing condition for downtown site plan applications to help facilitate development, and note that each phase would still need to proceed within the lapsing timeline. WEHB says that this presents a challenge for developers to move forward with later phases in a large development, and they recommend that the policy be modified to allow for an extended lapsing timeline for project phases beyond that phase 1. So if you could just address that head on in summary again, thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, that was part of our discussions with the development industry. As I said previously, some of them were looking for 10 or 12-year extensions. We felt, and some of them agreed with us, that now that we have the phasing in place, and they're recognizing that these larger projects can be built out over 5 or 6 years or longer, that's not unreasonable. But that we wanted to balance the city's risk as well, that with phasing, they had the opportunity to adjust their timelines, to work with us to decide if phase 4 or phase 5 maybe isn't going to happen in the 5 or 7 years. They would be able to reapply earlier and take advantage of the 5 years as best they can. So it gives them the flexibility and the tools to better manage and have that certainty for a longer term about what their pro forma is going to be, and generally, best they can estimate what development charges are going to be. I'd also note that they do have the opportunity of a robust formal consultation process now too. So an applicant coming in with a multi-tower complicated project can get a lot of work done at the formal consultation process to understand what the issues are, and that better allows them to time when they make their applications to take best advantage of what the city's doing in terms of this lapsing, as well as in terms of whatever's happening in the future in terms of development charges or other policy changes that are continually evolving.
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't think it's particularly germane to this. However, I thought I heard from the response from Director Coit that there may be some differences of opinion in the development community. I thought I heard you said some understood and support, some would want more. similar to what is articulated in the letter. Is there anything you could share with us about maybe whether that's an accurate observation that I heard in your response and why that might be?
Through the councillor, there are a number, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 large-scale developments in the downtown that are most caught in this period from January 2020 till now. These are the ones that are most concerned, have the largest development, and are asking for a 10 to 12 year extension, essentially. And we wouldn't want to calibrate our entire planning process for that. That would open the city up for a considerable amount of risk and extra money and extra time, and nor would it be appropriate for some of the smaller and more efficient developments, nor would it be in line with the get it built aspect of the provincial intention for this legislation.
Thank you. My question was kind of trying to see if appreciating the reference size of development and the risk that's on the table, whether we may or may not be doing anything to inadvertently favor large-scale developers over smaller scale, regional over local, or anything like that. But I think I've heard that's not the case based on the response. If you'd like to add anything, those are my questions.
Looks like Director Coit is not going to add anything. Thank you so much. All right, so just asking for any speakers on the presentation. We're still only on the presentation at this point. Thank you, Mark, for your presentation. I do need a mover and a seconder to receive this staff presentation, please. Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Kassar. This is a hand vote. May I have a hand vote to receive? And that looks like everyone. That vote carries. Now, may I also have a mover and a seconder to receive the written submissions? Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Pauls. Also a hand vote. May I have a hand vote, please? Thank you. That looks like everyone. That vote carries. Now we are on to the report recommendations. So may I have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in this report? Councillor Taddison and Councillor Beattie. Discussions or questions on this report? Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks. I understand it's a tough balancing job of trying to figure out what to do in a situation where the climate economically is not really making people want to put development applications in. But my concern about this remains, regardless of all the good work staff has done, my concern remains that we have a couple of different policies here that I understand differently perhaps. I understand there are policies here to incentivize development to happen. And then there are these policies which I think are extending that out further, some that are trying to get people to build more quickly, I mean, and then these policies which are having a provision which allows people to lapse it for longer. I know we're trying to do everything we can with the levers we have to encourage people to develop and build, and there's plenty of examples downtown. My major concern is about this, the thing that I think Mark mentioned, specifically about the fabric around these places and about how we decide we are or aren't going to move ahead with doing things. We've been waiting downtown for the LRT now for 15 years, I believe it's been. And every time I'm trying to think about safety improvements to happen in certain parts of the corridor on King Street, which is one of the most heavily used pedestrian areas in our entire city, I'm met with the same response every time. And that response is, we are not going to touch that particular corridor, councillor, because it's going to be addressed through LRT. The same thing occurs with development. We're not going to touch that specific bit of the fabric of our city and improve the streetscape there because we're anticipating a large development is going to be done here in the shortish term. And so we're not going to invest to improve that and then obviously tear it all up to develop and redo it all over again. It makes sense, but the problem is that this creates this huge lag for the downtown in terms of trying to have these improvements made in major areas where people want to see them made. I don't think it makes our city look good. I think it keeps the downtown in this state of kind of crumbling in some places and some parts. And so I don't know what the solution is. I think also when we look at how we do not have a vacant parking lot tax as an example, or a vacant parking lot program, There's also no disincentive to continue to hold certain properties forever as vacant. We have a vacant unit tax for residential property, but not one for commercial property or developable property or other kinds of land in our city. If we had all these two different tools here at our disposal, if we maybe considered how the increment grant could be applied differently here in situations where we are giving someone a lapsing provision, to try and encourage them to build more quickly without also then telling them they can have a 5-year staged increment for taxes later on, this would make more sense to me. But in the absence of these two kinds of policies, this one seems to make it not really balanced from my perspective. That's the issue. I know we're trying to get to the balance, but I don't think this balances things. I think this puts things in a situation where we're going to see for a very long time in some pockets of the downtown decay. And we're going to continue to see the things that we have complete street guidelines, for instance. Now we're going to continue to see those only being applied in areas where there's not development happening. We're not going to be seeing them being applied in the areas where they're needed the most. So if we had a policy that said, if someone's taking a lapsing for this many years and we're going to set the date for 2030, whatever it might be, then okay. In situations like that, the city's going to prioritize doing something to improve the street fabric in the meantime, and the developer's going to contribute to that. That would make sense as a policy to have too. But without all these different policies to check and balance this, it doesn't feel balanced to me at this point. I'm not going to be able to develop those policies on the fly today or between now and council. So I guess my question to you folks is really just, what will be required to sort of mitigate these or to get some answers to these questions, or how do we address these kinds of concerns that I'm raising in time for us to adopt something like this? Is there a major urgency with doing this? Could we defer this and come back and have a conversation about some of those issues, or get some more information or answers? I understand the consultation was done with the development industry, but this is our first time seeing this report on the agenda, so.
Director Coit?
Through the chair to the councillor. Just for a bit of context, typically for a large development, it would take 3 or 4 years to do a complicated site plan and get it approved anyway. So from a planning staff perspective, we are adding a bit of time. We are helping in terms of where the market is. Planning is only one tool, as you've recognized yourself, to do. Someone was through this in the 1990s in the city. There's a bunch of tools that have to happen. We have a lot of them in place. The Planning Act doesn't control all of them, but without having the Planning Act, this work in place, it makes it difficult for the other ones to work as well. So perhaps we should be considering this as the first piece of the puzzle, and a part that will allow us to get these moving and at least give a deadline for a switchover as the market changes.
Through the chair, just in addition to that, I think I understand where you're coming from, and I think we would also need some time to understand what we could do. I mean, this is, a bylaw being passed under the Planning Act. Some of the works that you're talking about wouldn't be necessarily related to that. I think where we're coming from is there is some necessity in terms of having something in place to have a lapsing, so that we have some clarity around how we're processing these applications, having some clarity around the lapsing. So I guess one of the options could be that that staff be directed to go and review some of those alternatives and options, what might exist, but recognizing that this is something that we would need to have in place. So looking for support for that, but staff, we could work with our colleagues in economic development and perhaps in public works as well to see what other options there may be to incentivize. What I think I'm understanding you saying is those interim improvements may not be the long-term ultimate vision of that site or the area around the site, but what interim improvements could take place. So, we would just need a little bit of time to be able to investigate what that would be, but I just want to stress that there is some necessity in terms of having a lapsing provision in place as well.
Thanks, and I can work with you folks between now and council to come up with an amendment to perhaps capture as much of this as possible. I will say that part of the reason this is a struggle for me is because I don't see a list of all the developments that are currently there and what the implications would be for each one. For myself, in terms of, and there might be some information on that, but it's hard for me to understand the picture completely of what's happening downtown and how this policy will apply to all those different buildings. I just don't have that information stored up here in my brain. And so sometimes I think to myself, well, in this situation, this might make sense. And to Director Coit's point, there aren't a lot of applications pouring in the downtown at the moment. So, that worry about 2031 might just be fabricated by my own imagination. I understand that. But having a sense of what the impacts will be might allay my concerns. But yeah, I do want to understand how these different policies and policies, how they have an impact together as a suite of things we're doing as a city, not just from the silo of planning. I'll support this now, and I'll just bring amendments forward before council. Hopefully we can get some more information about how these things work together and what we can do to mitigate some of the impacts of this, so we can get it to be a bit more balanced for the residents who live downtown. That's ultimately what I'm concerned about also, right, is we want to see development. I'm hugely in favor of having a lapsing provision. I definitely want to find a way to make sure development can happen downtown in a balanced way. I'm also mindful of the requests residents have been making for many, many years regarding some of these sites and areas, and what they want to see is improvements, right? And that having to wait longer now to do that kind of thing is going to be difficult. Also recognizing that there's no provision right now and they'd have to wait indefinitely anyways. Again, this is a lot of it's coming from my excitement of saying, oh, we may have a hard deadline finally and might be able to start doing some of these things more quickly. Not sure if there's anything you folks wanted to say in response to that, but happy to hear it if
Director
there is.
Coit first before GM Robichaud.
Yeah, I was just going to, from the development side, there's a lot of uncertainty right now. And so I think one of the things that helps move development forward is drawing that line in sand and giving developers certainty about what we're doing, what our directions are, and where we're going. So I would just caution that we don't have this go on too long. There's also 122 floating conditional approvals now that are inactive. So we would also like to get those off the books and maybe get some of them moving as well. And this would be part of making that happen. I do understand the larger question about the suite and the kit of parts that will help otherwise assist in that.
Thank you. Do you want to say anything, GM Robichaud?
And I think Mr. Coit sort of alluded to where I was going to go. We are responding in a certain point in time in terms of economic conditions with a lot of uncertainty. There are both projects in the downtown and there's projects in our industrial areas, the rural area, throughout the entire city. Much like we do with our CIP programs where we do review them, there is probably merit in attaching to this that there is a mandatory review. And as the economic circumstances, if they do change quickly, or depending on when they change, it may make sense then that we revisit these provisions as part of encouraging people to move forward, as opposed to right now we're trying to manage some of the risks that the development industry is providing that feedback. But we can work with the ward councillor to come up with some possible alternative language or amendments between now and council and some different ideas to address the comments and concerns that he's raised. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Are there any other speakers on this particular report? Okay, seeing none, we do have a mover and a seconder. I would like your electronic vote, please. And the vote is up. Councillor Towson's a yes. That vote carries 10-0. Thank you. We are moving on to 9.2, which is PED 25078, accessible parking updates to municipal bylaws. So may I have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations on the report, please? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Pauls. Any discussion on 9.2, please? Okay. Again, pausing for dramatic effect. As it seems that there is no other speakers on this, may I have your electronic vote, please? Vote is up. That vote carries 10-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to 9.3, which is the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee minutes dated for April 4th, 2025. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes and approve the recommendations therein? Councillor Pauls and Councillor Beatty. Any discussion on 9.3, please? Okay. All right, okay. No questions, no concerns. Seems that the minutes have been written extremely well. Congratulations, Alyssa and team. All right, may I have your vote, please, on eScribe? Vote is up. And that vote carries 10-0. We are on to 9.4, which is PED 25091. This is the application for Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks environmental compliance approval for a waste processing facility for lands located at 1133 Industrial Drive. Mark Micniak is in the audience, so would the committee like to see the report? Yes. Mr. Micniak, please come on down to the Michniak, right? No? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mark? Mark. I try really hard. I'm so sorry, Mark.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of committee, staff, and public in attendance. My name is Mark Micniak, and I'm a planner with the Development Planning Division. Today, I'll be discussing the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks environmental compliance approval application for a waste processing facility located at 1133 Industrial Drive in Hamilton. The subject property is known as 1133 Industrial Drive. The lands are located north of Industrial Drive and have an area of approximately 21 hectares. The lands currently contain a vacant industrial building of 19,000 square meters. Surrounding land uses include industrial uses in every direction. The subject lands are currently zoned General Industrial M5 with a special site condition number 433 in the City of Hamilton zoning bylaw 05200. The proposed development, which is considered to be a waste processing facility, is a permitted use within the M5 zone. Waste processing facilities are not permitted to be located within 300 meters of a residentially or institutionally zoned property line, and this subject lands are not located within 300 meters of either of those zones. The proposal is to operate a liquid soil processing site to manage excess soils and liquid soil mixtures from hydro evacuation trucks, which separates them via a combination of settling, screening, heat treatment, filtration into dry soil and clean water. The subject site has a maximum daily receiving rate of 276 cubic meters of liquid soil and a total storage capacity of 510 tons of dry soil at any one time. The facility will operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year for processing, receiving, shipping activities. Based on the circulation to other city departments and analysis undertaken by development planning staff, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks application is considered acceptable, subject to the conditions being addressed within the environmental compliance approval. Staff have included all of our standard conditions to ensure all typical areas of concern will be addressed. We will now take a quick photo tour of the site. Here you can see the exterior of the dewatering facility, and here's a photo of the entire interior of the building. That concludes my presentation. In conclusion, staff considered the approval to be acceptable, subject to the conditions being addressed in the environmental compliance approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I do have a speakers list, and that starts with Councillor Mann.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for that overview and the presentation. So just for everyone's clarity, these are the former Manna lands, right? Manna site lands. Can staff confirm whether these are also in the Steelport lands and or HOPA lands?
Through you, Chair, I can confirm that these lands are, the Steelport lands are on a separate property.
On a separate property, thank you. And through you, how does the current, how does how does this meet or not meet our Bay Area industrial strategy, and whether or not that's even a factor in this assessment, recognizing that this is response to a ministry application versus having any say in operations setting up in the city?
Through you, Chair. Seeing that this is using an existing building, there's, I'd say, limited impacts or objectives from that strategy that can be achieved through this application. And I would also add that the use that they are proposing is already permitted under the zoning bylaw and also under our official plan.
Thank you. So no new development, therefore no advancement can be made towards our Bay Area industrial strategy. Is that the rationale?
Through you, Chair, I'm just, because they're seeking to reuse an existing thing, there's limited opportunities.
Okay. So even tree planting, et cetera, isn't an option there, through you?
Through you, Chair, one of the conditions that we have recommended for this approval is for them to go through a site plan application. So that is something that we could look at through that process.
Thank you. And then last question, recognizing through you, Chair, that the city doesn't have authority as it relates to environmental impacts, and recognizing that Appendix B does state that city staff are recommending an effective odor, dust, and noise mitigation control plan for day-to-day activities be implemented to the satisfaction of our public health services. I was wondering if staff could highlight if there are any concerns identified about air quality impacts by these operations, recognizing that it's taking place in a contained facility or existing building. From what you know so far, are there any air quality concerns? Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Yes, as you mentioned, as it is taking place within an existing building, we aren't anticipating any odor or air quality impacts from this operation.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any other speakers to this? Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. I just wanted, this is industrial use only, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Because when we think of waste process, all of a sudden you think of garbage, you know, but this is waste. Is this the same as the one in Stony Creek? The Stony Creek where people are complaining about the odor, is it the same? That's industrial too.
Through you, Chair, are you referring to the,
Yeah.
what is it, the valley?
The GFL.
No, this is not the same as that.
It's not. But so what would be going there? Industrial?
So through you, Chair, whenever somebody does like a hydro evacuation, they basically use water to remove soil from vegetation that gets stored in a truck. And then these trucks come to this facility using various methods like screening, heat treatment. They separate the water and the soils. So and then also the soils they're only supposed to take clean soils. So then the soils can be taken off site and then the water is pumped back into the trucks to be reused for a future hydro evacuation.
And what's the distance? I think you said 300 meter from any development?
So yes, our zoning bylaw prohibits these types of uses 300 meters from a residential or institutional zone.
Okay, thank you.
If I can just add, I know you asked me not to speak a lot, but to the councillor's earlier question, the zoning bylaw generally regulates the use of land. This actually regulates how the land is used. So that is one of the differences with the ECA. So the factors in terms of where they're stockpiling materials, the amount of materials they're bringing into site, how they're managing odor, dust, and those other considerations. Through the ECA, we control the day-to-day operations or put controls on those day-to-day operations on that business. So for example, consistent with council's past practices, we're saying that waste can only be generated locally as opposed to being imported from the United States. Whether or not MOE imposes that, that has been a long-standing condition that the city of Hamilton has imposed. So we really are regulating how the day-to-day activities of the business in order to minimize any negative impacts on the adjacent community. In terms of the number of trucks, the amount of waste waste they're bringing in, et cetera, et cetera. So that is the big distinction. And as indicated, it's fairly clean inert type waste. We've had these type of operations in other areas of the city in terms of the hydro suckers or hydrovac trucks. They do serve an important, but the city uses them for infrastructure projects as well as development community and businesses. So it is an important business, but we are regulating the day-to-day activities of the business through the conditions of approval that we are asking MOECP to impose. Thank you.
Thank you, GM Robichaud. Any other questions, comments? I do have one, so I'll pass the chair to Councillor Taddison.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mark, just wanted to put onto the public record that we have several conditions in Appendix B asking about spill and containment. I wonder if you could just speak a little bit about that, just in case there was a spill or just in case there was some sort of contamination. What is the process that we are asking MECP to impose on this business?
Through you, Chair. Yeah, so again, this is a lot of the conditions are contingencies. So yes, if there is some sort of emergency, if for some reason the separation mechanics broke down and there was a leak, we want to ensure that there is a process in place to manage those types of situations so that there is no contamination to the environment or it doesn't impact any adjacent landowners.
Thank you for that. I just noted that just because this facility isn't deep in the industrial zone, but it is right beside the harbor and right beside waterways, my concern would have been that if there was a spill, you're getting all of that hydrological excavated fill going into the water. So just wanted to make sure that that was clearly stated on the record. Okay, thank you. I will take back the chair then. Thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, thank you very much, Mark, for your presentation. And I do need a mover and a seconder to receive this staff presentation, Councillor Nan and Councillor Kassar. This is a hand vote. May I have your hand vote, please? Looks like everyone. Thank you. That vote carries. Now we are on to approval of the recommendations in the report. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Nan and Councillor Pauls? Yes. Any discussion, additional discussion on 9.4? Seeing none, may I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. That vote carries 10-0. Thank you. This is awesome. We're getting down to the bottom of the agenda. We're now on to motions. I think it might be the Ward 12 show and motions today. So I'll start it off with Councillor Kassar. Could you introduce your motion on 10.1, please?
Certainly, and make sure I have the right one here. I do. I'll just read the resolution. This has been visible to the public for a full cycle. Therefore, be it resolved that animal services, municipal law enforcement, and planning staff be directed to explore the feasibility of permitting chickens and roosters as permitted agricultural uses within the settlement residential S1 zone and report back to Planning Committee in Q4 2025. I can speak to it.
Who's your seconder?
Oh, sorry. Seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson.
Okay.
Apologies.
And yes, please go ahead.
At council last time, Councillor/candidate Danko spoke to this. And I think the perception was this was in urban areas. It is not. It is in residential, settlement residential zones S1. So in Ward 12, that would be places like Jerseyville, Linden, and Sheffield was mentioned in the application earlier today. The background here is chickens are being kept in some backyards in settlement zones, and there was an order to comply by bylaw. That generated some discussions and a petition to enable the chickens to stay. So my solution here was to ask staff to do a review of the current practice, which does not comply with the current bylaws, and then to come back with a path forward. And it is just for rural settlement areas. So for urban councillors, it would not affect you. It's only in settlement areas in rural parts of Hamilton. And staff would come back with a recommendation, doing an evaluation of all the facts. If you look at the correspondence, There's mention of the individuals that had to petition because they do have chickens. There's also concerns about pollution of wells. So all those things need to be looked at so we can actually have a go-forward position and we know where we're at. So I'm asking committee's support for staff to do the analysis. Thank you.
Speaking of the written submissions, we should probably get through with accepting them first. So I'll ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the written submissions first before we continue on with the rest of the debate. So Councillor Kassar and Councillor Nan, hand vote to receive the written submissions on this motion. Looks like everyone. Okay, so now I do have Councillor McMeekin to speak on the motion. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks very much, and I appreciate Councillor Kassar's clarification. That was useful because there were some worries on that. A couple of observations. And I won't be lengthy, but just some facts I want to just sort of throw out there. From some conversations I had with both the chicken farmers of Ontario and the egg producers, both are supply side managed products. So just for clarity, if anyone does what they call a family farm grower, you apply for that and it guarantees that you buy healthy chicks, and you can also get advice about how to care. There's not an economic conflict. There are 270 million birds in Ontario. The max you can have of fryers in a private location is 300 and layers 100. So it's minuscule. And in both cases, they can't be sold publicly. It's against the law. So just flag that. But here's a couple of concerns that I had, and I've been following this very closely. Raising livestock, I want to suggest in any setting is really an enormous responsibility. And there's a romanticism to much of this that is lovely. I tell you a joke about my efforts at chicken farming after the meeting because it's not, I got in trouble when I told a joke the last meeting. Discovered that 1 concentrated pound of excrement, this is to the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, whereas, can be spread on flower gardens, but when it's spread on vegetable gardens, there's a pretty clear history of pathogens being passed on, health issues. The other thing that we need to watch, and when staff is looking at this, there are all kinds of challenges around water and carrying and access to a veterinarian and very practical things. What do you do in the winter? What have you? What happens when you have to kill your birds? But the biggest single concern I have is that there's evidence now accumulating in lots of things going on south of us, that the bird flu is the latest pathogen to hit. It's been transmitted now from chickens to cows to milk to humans. There's some evidence of that. And those who study pandemics for a living are predicting that bird flu is going to be the next potential COVID epidemic. They're already looking at scrambling to come up with vaccines, early pharmaceutical research. So I would hope that when the staff look at this, they'll have all the practical stuff that they did. And by the way, the fellow I spoke to at the chicken farmers also works with the Ministry of Agriculture. He runs a course on urban chickens, and he recommended if a staff person could go to one of the courses, they could find out everything he knows in about 2 hours. But I would hope that the staff, Craig, I say respectfully, would make a focused review of the health implications of importing this additional potential challenge into any part of our community. It's easier when it's on a supply side farm where they monitor it very carefully. It's a little tougher when there's only 100 chickens involved. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Up now is Councillor Alex Wilson, please. Councillor Alex
Hi there, Chair.
Wilson?
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Just a question through you to staff. Really supportive of getting this information report back, hearing from staff what the proposals or safeguards could be, and then as part of that, also hearing from community concern, whether that meets the precautions, whether there's maybe a gap. But I think actually having a plan is really important to kind of get community feedback, and so appreciate having staff put their best first draft forward to see how we could manage this as a starting point for what will only be more conversation. In that spirit, just a question as to how staff are viewing the motion as is. We typically do things in a city where we'll say, here are your setback requirements, here's this, here's that, in kind of a one-size-fits-all approach. Another way of doing this could be looking at the right approach for each RSA, or having kind of 2 to 3 approaches for different sizes of RSAs or different characteristics. So for example, Greensville and Westover, 2 very different places, may have 2 very different solutions in mind. I'm not trying to weed into operations, but do staff have a sense of if everything's kind of on the table at this point in terms of looking at RSA-specific bylaws versus a general approach citywide, or if one or both of those approaches have been kind of put as preferential or ruled out by any way?
I'm not sure who will be answering that. I think it'll be Director Fayback.
Through the chair to the councillor, it's a joint motion, so I think that's why we were all kind of just having some conversations behind the scenes. I think the intent, from what I understand, was that the report back to Planning Committee at the end of the year would summarize the analysis, and then there would still need to be future steps in terms of implementation.
Councillor?
No, I think that summarizes where folks are. Happy to follow up offline, maybe as also the work gets started when there's maybe an answer to that. I know that's been the main topic that residents have been reaching out to me, is just making sure that the solution for another community isn't the same solution that they have for necessarily their community. Lot sizes, well, distance, like all those things what we're trying to standardize now weren't necessarily standardized when those lots were first drawn. That really supported the motion other than that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Up now is Councillor Chattison, followed by second-time speaker, Councillor Cassar. Councillor Chattison, please.
In light of what the good Councillor McMeekin highlighted about public health, I was wondering if friendly possible to just add animal services, municipal law enforcement, planning, and public health. And if that's not a friendly, I won't go further than that.
Well, you can take me off the list because I was going to suggest that, so.
So I think it sounds like a friendly.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. So clerk, did you catch that? Okay, Councillor Chattison.
Just, I would say animal services, municipal law enforcement, public health, and planning staff. So you don't
But
have to.
there already is that in the therefore be it resolved. Wait.
Public
health, we're missing public health, that's what it is.
So I just slipping it between municipal law enforcement and planning staff so you don't have to delete the and then rewrite it.
Thank you, Principal Tattison. Okay, all right. Seeing as there are no other speakers, we do have a mover and a seconder for this particular motion. May I have your electronic vote, please? Vote is up. And that vote carries 10-0. On to 10.2, which is the Hamilton Heritage Property Grant Program application criteria exception for the property municipally addressed as 2295 Troy Road, Flamborough. Councillor Cassar, could you please introduce your motion and your seconder, please?
Seconder is Councillor Alex Wilson again. So I'll read the resolution here. That A, on a one-time basis, staff be directed to accept a Hamilton Heritage Property Grant application for 2295 Troy Road, Flamborough, former Troy Schoolhouse, the property, for program-eligible heritage conservation and restoration work. B, that staff be directed to review, process, and approve any such application, provided the application, applicant, and property meet all other applicable council-approved program terms, and C, that staff be directed to investigate opportunities to improve the Hamilton Heritage Grant Program, or Property Grant Program, and the Hamilton Heritage Conservation Grant Program, including the potential to expand the geographic eligibility and funding amounts of the programs and any related impacts on funding, staffing, and resources, and bring forward a report to Planning Committee with recommendations, including any potential 2026 budget requests, which may be required to support any recommendation changes by the end of Q3 2025. So to summarize this, there's the former Troy Schoolhouse, which is the Troy Women's Institute, a heritage building in Troy. The siding on it is in very bad condition. The Institute cannot afford to restore it, so they put in an application, if you recall from the last meeting, to rescind their heritage designation. As an alternative to that, would like the city to be able to help fund the restoration of the siding, so therefore we can maintain the heritage status, the group can continue to use the building, and the building can continue to be kept in good order. So the challenge here is there are programs, the just geographical area did not capture the rural area. So this is asking for a one-time review for this particular instance, because it is timely and the work needs to be done, but also to take a step back, take a look at that geographical fencing that was there before and report back with any budget implications so that we can support heritage properties and related grants more throughout the city. I'll say it that way. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Speakers list is open. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, hi, just as a bit of a history buff, I just want to share something about the Women's Institute. I don't know if people know this or not, but back in the mid to late 1920s, people were dropping dead from drinking milk. And the Women's Institute organized across the nation, all the women's institutes, the move towards pasteurization of milk, saving countless thousands of lives. And talk about heritage, that's a heritage well worth remembering.
Well, thank you for that lesson. That's really good to know. Thank you. Any other questions, comments on this particular motion? Okay. Seeing none, may I have your electronic vote, please? And the vote is up. That vote carries 10-0. Thank you, committee. I didn't realize that 10.3 was not in Ward 12. It's actually in Ward 3. So, sorry, it's actually, you know what, forget that. I'm at a day, it's been a day. Yeah, I just want to go forward with 10.3. Councillor Nan, please introduce your motion and your seconder, please.
Certainly happy to help you get to the end of the agenda. You're chairing so well. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Crutch. This is a motion to address enhanced parking enforcement services on Sunday specifically, whereas there are currently no regularly scheduled enforcement services between 5:45 a.m. and 10 p.m. on Sundays, and whereas the absence of enforcement during this time has been a longstanding gap in service, and implementing changes would represent a significant improvement in customer service, public safety, and compliance with our existing parking regulations. And whereas expanding enforcement to include Sunday could support local businesses by ensuring parking turnover, as well as address concerns related to unauthorized, and unsafe parking practices that may impact public safety, accessibility, traffic operations, and neighborhood livability. And whereas the current staffing complement of 26 full-time equivalent parking control officers is responsible for enforcement citywide, covering 6 working days across 4 designated shifts, often leaving only 2 to 8 officers available per shift to address enforcement requests, not including contracted enforcement. And whereas an evaluation of additional staffing and resources may be necessary to ensure service levels, maintain manageable workloads, and support the successful implementation of expanded enforcement hours, therefore be it resolved that the city be directed to conduct a comprehensive review of enhanced parking enforcement service options to include regularly scheduled parking enforcement on Sundays and report back to council or the appropriate standing committee in Q4 of 2025 in advance of our 2026 City of Hamilton budget, with recommendations that assess operations and financial implications of expanding enforcement services, including budgetary requirements and potential revenue offsets. If I could, through you, Chair, parking enforcement is delivered through revenue offsets, so the goal here is to continue in that practice of not having any tax levy impact with the increase of this enforcement. But I'm responding to several years now of complaints from residents saying that, why does the city have rules that it can't enforce on Sundays? And if we have, especially in downtown communities, I'm sure the issue exists citywide, there can be repetitive issues that kind of are delayed until Sunday in terms of people's parking behavior. And so we've got a culture of parking that is actually in violation to our parking regulation that people are conditioned to continue to repeat on a weekly basis over the weekend. That includes parking illegally. That includes parking longer than you're allowed. And that's primarily happening because there's no enforcement options available during that time allotted in the first whereas clause. So in order to address the frustration, I worked with staff to develop this motion and hope that the information coming forward as a result of the therefore be it resolved can get us moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Up now is Councillor M. Wilson, followed by Councillor Taddison. Councillor Morgan Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, just a few questions to staff. Just a little bit of confusion or fuzziness on my part. I recall having this conversation a few years ago, and I thought as a consequence of that conversation, there was a parking review that was to consider the absence of enforcement on Sunday. And at the time, the conversation was within the context of this is just a historic practice in some of the older neighborhoods where there are several places of worship. At that time, people would attend their neighborhood place of worship. And over time, practices have changed. And some of those places of worship have kind of the denomination has changed, and it was attracting a larger regional catchment where people weren't walking to church, they were driving and coming from a distance, and it was having an impact on neighborhoods and BIAs on Sundays. Could I just ask, with that as background, if I could receive information by staff to correct my memory and provide some history? I thought this was going to be under review. Thank you.
Through the chair, Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation Planning and Parking. I think I'll turn this one over to James Buffett, who's online. He's the Manager of Parking Enforcement and is intimately familiar with all things enforcement.
Hello, yeah, through the chair to Councillor Wilson. Hello, so hopefully you can see me. But I've had several conversations over my past 7 years here now with parking enforcement with various councillors from the last term and this term about the lack of our regular services from 5:45 to 10 p.m. I don't recall any formal request for a review to be done outside of our waterfall initiatives, which is not regular scheduled services, that is additional shifts to address those those peak tourism type sites, but those aren't necessarily regular scheduled officers that are responding to routine complaints throughout the public. So maybe there was a miscommunication in the past, but there hadn't had a formal review of the lack of services on Sunday.
Through the chair, Brian Hollingworth again, I believe it was referenced as an action within the parking master plan to review it. So that was in 2021, and we're working through those recommendations. So this is dovetails nicely with that.
Okay, that makes sense for me, Chair. I didn't dream it that it was identified as an action. We just haven't actioned it yet, recognizing there's lots to do. Thank you. The subject of Sunday enforcement came up during discussion with the BIAs in Ward 1. And I thought I was advised that there wasn't a clear consensus among the BIAs with respect to Sunday, but there was some request for further discussion about Sunday enforcement at the BIA subcommittee. Could someone help me out has there been discussion with the BIAs about Sunday enforcement through the chair?
Through the chair, yes, there has. It's been part and parcel with discussions around changes to on-street parking pricing, and we presented some alternatives to the BIA for discussion, primarily based on the amount that should be charged per hour. But as part of that discussion, it also included discussion around both the days of the week and the times for which parking pricing would be put in place. And I would say that Sunday parking was on the table for that discussion, and there was, as can be expected, differing opinions on that. For a restaurant district, it's probably positive to enforce paid parking on Sunday because you get a higher turnover. In some other areas, it may be a different dynamic.
Thank you for that, through the chair. So the discussion has been had. I'm sorry, was there a loop back to that BIA coordinating committee yet? Or would that be part of this action?
We are almost to complete a report to bring forward to committee to talk about on-street parking pricing, and will be another opportunity to discuss the time limits as well.
Sorry, if I may, through the chair, just because I want to be held accountable for what I've heard at the BIA meetings that I attend in Ward 1. I'm trying to understand the distinction. There is more discussion happening both on the on-street fee parking, but was the commitment also about just Sunday enforcement in and around commercial areas? And or is it the view of staff that this motion will be part and parcel of that broader discussion, through the chair?
Through the chair, I apologize, I didn't answer your questions directly about the BIAs. There is ongoing consultation, so we present to them a few times a year to get feedback on just different issues such as this. I would say that the Sunday parking discussion was perhaps less discussed than just general parking pricing, but we will be circling back with them. And I've forgotten the second part of your question.
No, that's fine, Director Hollingworth. I just wanted to share with committee members that there is, I'm not suggesting any foul play here, but there is an impression on some BIA representatives that a commitment was made to engage with that subcommittee on Sunday enforcement and pricing. And I'm looking for assurance that that step will be included in this review if, in fact, that commitment has already been made.
That would be appropriate, yes, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
We will commit to doing that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, Councillor Pauls, please.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. This is enforcement. It's just to do with Sunday enforcement just around commercial area and BIA area. We not throughout the city. And the reason is because I do know I have a lot of churches, especially one, I just was talking to them, they hardly have any parking for people, and they, like Councillor Wilson said, people go to church and they come from all over. They don't just walk to church unless you live near the church. So we want to make sure this is not a motion for all of citywide. It's just around BIAs.
No, so I'll ask Councillor Nan to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Through you to my colleague, therefore be it resolved is to conduct a comprehensive review that would be applied citywide.
Citywide.
So it's just a review at this point, and then we'll get that information back in Q4 before the budget.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah,
Before
so
the
it'll be
budget.
before the budget, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, seeing as there are no other speakers, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Just looking for some insight from you, Chair, and or Director Hollingworth. Does the motion have to be amended in such a way to ensure that engagement with the BIA committee occurs? Thank you.
Director Hollingworth at all?
Through the chair, I don't think it would hurt to include that. We would, as discussed, we would do it de facto, but the BIA's input is always useful and appreciated.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Wilson, what would you like to do as a next step then?
Well, I would ask the mover if she considers it a friendly. It's my opinion that if it isn't part of the action, it will later become an issue. So I would, rather give folks the assurance that it's part of it. Thank you.
Yeah, I can consider that a friendly.
Consider that a friendly, so we'll add it as a therefore be it resolved that city staff be directed to conduct a comprehensive review of enhanced parking services options to include I'm trying to find a spot to put that in.
Through the chair, I think just possibly at the end, comma, and inclusive of consultation with affected stakeholders, including business improvement areas. There's probably some grammar challenges with that, but.
Correct. I'm thinking city staff be directed to conduct a comprehensive review that includes consultation with the BIAs.
Enhanced
and
blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, and then I'll wordsmith it.
Okay. All right. So if committee is clear that we're going to be adding that in the first line of the therefore be it resolved, and it is seen as a friendly, so we're all good on what this motion says and what we're looking to do here? Because if that's the case, then it would be awesome if I could have your electronic vote, please. Just awesome, just awesome. Vote is up. Councillor Taddison is a yes. And that carries 10-0. We are at notices of motion. I am asking committee if there's any notices of motion. Hi, James. Bye, James. No notices of motion? Awesome. Can we continue on to private and confidential? So I do need a mover and a seconder to approve the March 18th, 2025 closed session minutes as presented and that they remain confidential. Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Nan, I need your vote on e-scribe, please. Vote is up. That vote carries 10-0. Now, question of the hour. Does committee wish to go into closed session for item 12.2? Yes. Oh, wait, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to interrupt your flow there. I just wanted to advise my colleagues and the public that I neglected to declare an interest with respect to 12.2, and I'd like to do so now. Just declaring a pecuniary interest with respect to one of the items identified in the report as a consequence of a relationship with my spouse. Thank you.
So as it's a pecuniary interest, does that make it disqualifying?
Yes.
And then if it's disqualifying, then you'll just be removed from the closed session minutes. Okay, just so that everyone's clear, thank you so much, Councillor Wilson, for sharing that. All right, so we are going into, I think we need to know if committee wants to go into closed session for this, and I think we do. All right, so thank you. We will be going into closed session, so may I please have a mover and a second to move into closed session items? Councillor Chattison has already indicated, and Councillor Cassar. For items 12.2 pursuant to section 9.3 subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392 subsections E, F, and K of Ontario Municipal Act as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or carried by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. May I have your vote, please? Councillor Cassar is a yes. And vote is up. Councillor Nan's a yes. Councillor Pauls? That carries 9-0 to 1. So Councillor Maureen Wilson is abstaining. Thank you. So members of the public, the meeting will continue. Follow the closed session portion of this meeting when you see members of committee rejoining the meeting. Committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. Thank you. All right. Committee members, we are reminded that we have to return to the open section of the eScribe website in order to request to speak and vote, and we are now back in open session. So now that we are speaking about 12.2, this is LS 25008, update on various appeals for non-decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within the Airport Employment Growth District. This is wards 11 and 12. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve, one, that the directions to staff in closed session respecting report LS 25008 be approved. Two, that closed session recommendations 1 and 2 to report LS 25008 be approved and remain confidential until made public as the city's position before the Ontario Land Tribunal. 3, that the balance of report LS 25008 remain confidential. I need a mover and seconder. Councillors Beattie and Councillor Taddison. And I will need your vote on eScribe, please. Vote is up. Yes. Yeah, she. And that vote carries 7-0. Seeing as there are no further business, we are adjourned at 3:57 p.m. Thank you so much. Thank you to committee. Thank you to staff. Thank you for those that stayed and hung out with us. Thank you.